full 12 weeks will be concentrating on begin a new starting June 1st. It will begin a new installment of the Hebrew and Bible Academy. The full 12 weeks will be concentrating on the beginning and fall of Babylon, history, the understanding of the religious aspect of Babylon, as well as what? The theme from Babylon, Rome to America. In the Academy, this is what you can look forward to. New lessons, the secret war of Edom against Israelites. But one thing we've never delved into was bringing forth the history, showing all the contentions and war Edom has waged against the Israelites even until our present time. The desolation of abomination, how to calculate time according to God, and I can't wait for this lesson, Armageddon. The final war in heaven. If you've never been in the Academy, you want to be in this one. June 1st, we're in open enrollment right now. Go to historytimes.org to enroll. Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. Blessings, brothers and sisters throughout the four corners of the earth. I'm Elder Rick Harshaw, the Gathering of Christ Church, here with our weekly broadcast, podcast, whatever you would like to call it. Please hit the like button so that brothers and sisters throughout the earth will know we are live. And yes, we're going to dive right into this particular lesson coming off of last Sunday's Academy lesson. Yes. There's a few more things. I mean, we went for hours last Sunday, and there's a few more things I wanted to quantify. Even though the Academy, we broke down who's Edom and all of that, there was one piece I wanted to quantify that sums it up to actually what's going on prophetically today. Okay? And this is why I titled this particular lesson, Edomites in their final fight for survival. Let everyone know out there that if they want to understand what's going on in the earth real time, like, share, and tell them to come to this channel, okay? Come to this channel if they need to understand what's going on in the earth presently. Again, for those who don't know, I'm Elder Rick Harshaw of the Gathering of Christ Church. And yes, we're going in today. We are going in, right? We are going in, okay? For those who missed it, let me give you some insight on what to look forward to in the next few weeks within the Hebrew Bible Academy. I'm going to get that out of the way and we're going to jump right in. Right? All right. Before I do so, let me bring in Elder Lawyer. Elder Lawyer, how are you, sir?
Shalom, sir. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm blessed by the best, and his name is Ahia. Thank you for your presence and backing me up this evening. We're going to have a very, very informative lesson tonight, and get that sword ready because we're diving in.
Yes, indeed.
Edomites in their final fight for survival. Now, a lot of people out there really don't understand what the immigration thing in the world and the United States is really all about. And we're going to quantify it for them today. Okay? Why is Esau, why are the world powers moving people around like chess pieces? Well, folks, they are attempting, this is their last fight to survive. And we're going to talk about that prophetically, according to the Bible, why this immigration thing is out of hand, how crazy it is. But believe it or not, there is some method, there's a method to their madness. In order to do so, you have to go back. That's right, into history and study Rome. Study Rome. The divide and conquer. We're going to go into that. These are political means for the Edomites' survival. And on top of that, it allows them to consolidate power and keep power over the nations of people. And we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that. And it's to a degree now. And this is where Donald Trump comes in prophetically today. A lot of Romans or Edomites, or who you would call Europeans, and I'm not talking about those who are in Christ. I'm talking about the politically savvy Edomites who understand history in general. Well, folks, these particular people are now emboldened now that Trump is in position where they no longer have to hide their true intentions when it comes to executing death, division, and or destruction. They no longer have to hide under the veil anymore or play dumb as if they aren't the serious murderers and haters as they've been throughout history. Now they are emboldened under Trump to reveal themselves because guess what? They're no longer fighting back on their heels. They are entirely tired of the political correctness, and they've been emboldened to say exactly how they feel and what their intentions are. Why am I bringing this out? Well, we must understand how Esau thinks. Okay? We must understand this. And we have to understand how our God made Esau and why he was made politically to rule over this earth as we see today. And by doing so, when Esau wielded his sword, we could just move out of the way, understanding what? Their tactics in war. Okay. Now let's keep in mind. Let me turn this off real quick. This thing will be ringing all night. One moment. One second. Sound. Now, there was never a time since Esau's existence. There was never a time of peace for Esau. Esau has been in war from the time he was in our mother's belly, right? All the way up into our present time. There was never a time of peace for Esau. He don't know peace. It's not in his existence. Okay? There was never a time of peace for him. So when you see Donald Trump say, well, hold up, we had some peace talks, there's a ceasefire. Guess what, folks? You know how many times they've said that? Esau prophetically have been in what? Perpetual wars after wars. So when you see Christ, or when you hear Christ in Matthew 24 states, and talk about wars and rumors of wars, understand what he's saying. He's pointing to our brother Esau. He's pointing to Esau. The closer we get to the end, the more Esau will need to wage war in the earth as a way of consolidating power and keeping the power that was given him temporarily. And we're going to talk about that today. Hit the like button. Hit the like button, please. I really appreciate it. Now, before I go into that, let's talk about what we're going to do for the remainder of the academy, because we're only about 4 weeks in, right, Elder Lawyer?
Yes, sir. This week we'll be going into week number 5.
Exactly. And we are going to be exposing how the Catholic Church created the modern day Islam. And we're going to be going into, from Babylon, Rome to America, Islam's Babylonian origin. Because we cannot ignore the Arabs. We cannot ignore Ishmael. Okay? They are in cahoots against us. It doesn't matter their religion. People talk about Islam. All Arabs aren't Muslim. Okay? But they all are in agreement with Esau against us. So we're going to show you how they've been weaseling around, believing no one is actually recognizing their hand in our destruction. Okay, so we're going to be highlighting, we're going to be really focusing on the Ishmaelites in their Babylonian origin as far as religion goes this coming Sunday. But again, I love this commercial, so I'm going to play it again. Right? Let's go. Let me show you some of the things you brothers and sisters can look forward to seeing this coming Sunday. Well, for the next 2 months, actually. We have 2 full months of the academy. We're still taking enrollments for those who like to get in. If you want to come in, that's fine. We'll just give you the 4 weeks you missed, and you'll just pick right up, okay? This coming Sunday. Starting June 1st, it will begin a new installment of the Hebrew and Bible Academy. The full 12 weeks will be concentrating on the beginning and fall of Babylon, history, the understanding of the religious aspect of Babylon, as well as what? The theme, from Babylon, Rome, to America. In the Academy, this is what you can look forward to. New lessons. The secret war of Edom against Israelites. But one thing we've never delved into was bringing forth the history, showing all the contentions and war Edom has waged against Israelites even until our present time. The desolation of abomination, how to calculate time according to God, and I can't wait for this lesson, Armageddon. The final war in heaven. If you've never been in the Academy, you want to be in this one. June 1st, we're in open enrollment right now. Go to historytimes.org to enroll. Hebrew Bible Academy. You're invited.
Oh yeah. That brother, man, he put that together, I'll tell you that. But yeah, we will be going into the desolation of abomination, and in that lesson we're going to show you all the wars Esau has continually waged against Jacob. The desolation of abomination, we're going to do that. We're going to do that in about 3 weeks from now. Okay, so I hope you all are there for that. And it's a continuation, right? Because why? We're living in a time now where the Bible states, like I've mentioned last Sabbath, that man of sin is being revealed. But we don't understand how Esau operates, right? We don't really understand his tactics. And that's what makes it hard for us, because why? It makes it hard for us. Because why? We can't paint them all with a broad brush, right? We can't. All Edomites are not down with the program, but the majority of them are. Okay, that's first and foremost, right? So, but we can't paint them with a broad brush. We can't just look at all white people and say, okay, we understand that the bad ones are hiding amongst you, so all of you are wrong and are the devil. No, that's not a correct way to deal with it. We identify in all nations and measure them by the laws of God that was given to us. Right? And by doing so, we can separate those these atheists thinking, these Satanists and all these others, we can separate them from the Gentiles amongst them who seek to do right. And those are the ones that we teach, we baptize, so that they can now what? Fight on the right side of history. Okay? So by no means, when I go into this, am I painting all white people with a broad brush? Unfortunate for them, the evil ones hide behind those that have good intentions. That's the unfortunate part of it. So it's upon even those who are white or other races, right? When you know that you have people amongst you who have hatred and wickedness and negative views against God's people, it's upon you to check them and or separate yourself from them. Okay? It's upon you, because they'll hide behind your good intentions. They'll have you doing good and use you as a Trojan horse. Okay? You're doing good now. Our people will begin to trust you, and then they'll come behind with the knife in the back. Okay? Hiding behind your good intentions. So it's upon you to start checking your own people. Right? Elder Lawyer, let's jump in. Let's jump in. Hit the like button. I have one more announcement. One more. And let me say this. In the midst of all the evil and wickedness that's going on in the earth, Elder, it's good. It's always good when there's an opportunity to report good news. Right?
Done, absolutely.
Right? When there's an opportunity to announce something that's positive, I mean, it's a blessing in of itself. I would like to announce this. We would like to extend I would like to extend my gratitude to all the elders, bishops, deacons, and officers and their wives, and all the volunteers of the Gathering of Christ Church worldwide for their ongoing support and dedication to this work. Your contributions are truly appreciated, and I want to say that publicly before you all. I know you know that I appreciate you, but I wanted to say that in lieu of this particular news that I'm about to announce. We are pleased to announce the upcoming launch of the GOCC I Am Royal Academy. What is this? It's a free, Christ-centered homeschooling program for grades 1 through 12. Absolutely free. No tuition, nothing. Even though we're going to have to pay some people to operate in the administration so that it can go well. Okay? But all in all, we're going to have volunteers and we're going to have free homeschooling from first grade to 12th grade with what? Reputable and qualified teachers to assist with the parents. Right? In September, mid-September of this year, okay? One thing about us announcing the school, you don't have to worry about us Umar Johnson and you, okay? All right? We'll have a school in 2065. Donations. Run those donations. What a joke. Anyway, September mid-2025, accessible to GOCC members globally. Okay, this will be accessible to members, baptized members within the church. Okay, the online program will provide teacher-led lessons in core subjects such as reading, math, science, and language arts, alongside additional skills including music, gardening, economics, and health, emphasizing faith, integrity, and what? Educational excellence. So now we don't have to worry about what? We don't have to worry about what they're doing and try to impose health, medical procedures and all these things as a requirement to go to school. We don't got to worry about them pressing on our children that way with their medical apparatuses. We don't have to worry about the indoctrination, the negative indoctrination, teaching our children sex and all these other things that they shouldn't know about, that they should only learn about in their homes from their parents. We want our children to stay pure as long as possible. And I believe these classes will help with that. Okay. Science, language arts, alongside of additional skills, including music, gardening, economics, and health, emphasizing faith, integrity, and educational excellence. We are currently seeking interest from parents and students who are interested in enrolling. volunteers. We're going to need some volunteers, some teachers and staff who wish to join the mission. If you're willing to give a little of your time with your expertise, that will be highly appreciated. We aim to make a formal announcement locally this coming Sabbath for all the churches, and we'll provide more details on the new website coming shortly. Finally, the Hebrew Bible Academy is in progress with, the Hebrew Bible Academy is in progress. Like I said earlier, week 4 recently completed and receiving significant feedback. If you have not enrolled yet, you are currently, it's not written right here. If you have not enrolled yet or are currently enrolled or want to enroll, go to historytimes.org. Okay? This is what you can look forward to. Still to come. Medicine, let medicine be thy food. Week 5, Dr. Goodman teaching us how to heal our bodies with food that we eat and how to avoid the poisons in food. Right? Week 6, we're going to have our brother Raphael Bush, former NFL player, showing us how to become healthier and stronger as a nation. Brother played many years in the NFL, and now he's a part of the body, helping to strengthen the saints. Week 8, we're going to have a roundtable discussion on family and marriage. We have a Hollywood guest that's going to come on by the name of Dennis L.A. White. Okay. He reached out to us. We've reached out to him. He know about the church. He's been in many films, and guess what? He's going to give us some insight of what's really going on in Babylon, Hollywood. We're going to have a sit down with him. He's going to give us the insight of what Hollywood is truly about as far as the religious part of it that most people out there would never understand, right? He's going to give us the insight about the Hollywood rituals and so many things that he's experienced in his long career in Hollywood. He'll also, and we have week 12, Elder REI, who'll be showing us how to grow our own foods and all these other things, how to grow food at home, even if you don't have a yard, to help keep our family strong and healthy. So, hey, there's a lot to look forward to. We're only in week 4, but there's a lot in store. Join the Hebrew Bible Academy and be a part of prophecy. All right, Elder Lawyer, let's jump right in. That's it for the announcement.
Yes, sir. Let's do it.
Now, the topic today, Edomites are in their final fight for survival. Now, what do we mean by that? Well, it's a numbers game, right? Let's go to the book of Obadiah, right? Now, if you want to know who's Edom in a nutshell, the modern day Romans, okay? Rome comprised, I'm speaking of his empire, its united empire, of 10 separate states or countries, okay, who are today politically over the EU, okay? You got Denmark, you have Luxembourg, you have Spain, France, right? Great Britain, all of these others over there. They are a part of the Edomite family, okay? Russians are Edomites, okay? Jewish people who converted to Judaism are Edomites, okay? What particular religion you are a part of doesn't determine who you are according to God. Okay, when it comes to nationality and or family. Okay, it doesn't matter that they are studying Judaism. They're Edomites. Now, what you're going to learn today is how Esau operates. Okay? How does he operate through different tactics, different nuances? How do he operate through wars? Right? A war isn't just one shooting another person or killing another person. There's many levels to war. Okay? Now they are all in agreement. I'm going to show you this. They even have buffer classes even within their political structure. And with these buffer classes, they can do what? They can hit, then hide their hands behind one of their buffer classes. But one thing stays consistent. Jacob stays on the bottom. So they have buffer classes. Like for instance, you can have a person, for example, you can have a person, and I've met a person like this. I was in a debate with him in the UK. This guy was from Kansas or something. A white, regular guy. European. Right? Born in America. He goes through a 5-year transition to become Jewish. And they even made him a rabbi. Right? So when I debated this guy, hold on. Hold on. When I debated this guy, right, and Lawyer was there when this happened over there in the UK, I was amazed that, I'm like, this guy, he's in the UK, here in Manchester. He's speaking without a British accent. This guy's from the United States. Right? You remember that, right, Elder?
Yes, sir.
Right? I'm like, this guy is from the United States. What is he doing over here? And he kept on saying, my people, talking about you're not going to go against the Jews. I'm like, dude, you from Kansas. You're a white guy who converted to Judaism. What you mean, your people? You're the same people you're the same guy you was 5 years ago that now follow Judaism instead of Christianity. Now, why am I bringing this out? You have to realize the buffer classes they have even amongst themselves. Right? So that now, if one person is attacking, they can point to the other guy and say, no, it's the Christians it's the white Christians that have enslaved you. And you look at white Christians and say, well, hold up, man. How can you people who follow Christ treat us as such? And they'll say, well, no, it's the Jews who's doing it to you.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right? So now we're at the blunt end of a war getting destroyed, and no one is taking accountability for it. Right? Because they both publicly play dumb. They both play dumb. And that's part of Esau as who? That's right, the cunning hunter. Let's get that real quick, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
And I'm sitting there looking at this guy. I'm like, man, you from Kansas. He's talking about, you're not going to talk about my people. I'm like, what people? The Jews. I'm like, dude, you just admitted that you converted 5 years ago. See, but if he can convert now, he can exercise the hatred and racism that he was exhibiting in Kansas now. But when we identify what he's doing, he can hide under being are part of people who suffered in World War I and World War II. See?
That's right.
Like, hold up, dude. You was in Kansas. You was over there hanging our people. Your people was killing our people. And all you have to do is disappear within Judaism now. And now you have a cover because something that happened over in Germany. I say, brother, you can't play these games with me. I'm not the one. And they expect our people to stay what? Ignorant. And that's why the Bible stated that man of sin should be revealed. I'm listening to this guy and I'm like, oh, this guy ain't from England. And what happens is when you start catching them and realize, when you start exposing their evil, they immediately get irate and defensive. So to have it where one would actually stop asking questions concerning what they're doing to us. You notice that? They'll try to say that, hold up, you're Hitler. Hold up. I didn't put Hitler in power. Your people put Hitler in power. Listen, you're definitely not going to put that on us. That was a fight between y'all people. Right? Now, Elder Lawyer, let's go into it. Edomites in their final fight for survival. Let's go to the book of Genesis real quick. Genesis 25, and I'm not going to go through the whole thing, right? Because we covered it last Sunday, right? But let's go straight down, Genesis 25, and let's go to where Esau sells his birthright. 29.
Yes, sir. Genesis 25 and 29. And Jacob sowed pottage, and Esau came from the field, and he was faint. And Esau said to Jacob, Feed me, I pray thee, with that same red pottage, for I am faint. Therefore was his name called Edom.
Therefore was his name called Edom. Rare meat. Eating the blood in the food. When there's soul in the blood, you're supposed to cook it until there's a sweet savor. Okay? Your nose tell you when food is done. Okay? Your nose will tell you. Right? So usually when you see that brown gravy, that means the red is cooked out of it and it's good to eat. There's no more soul in the food. Right? Read.
31. And Jacob said, Sell me this day thy birthright.
Now, those who don't know the narrative behind this, in the book of Jasher tell you that Esau not too long ago came from a war. Here it is, Esau in war again, with Nimrod's men. He beheaded Nimrod to become the hunter over the earth. So when he destroyed Esau, he would be when Esau destroyed Nimrod and killed him and beheaded him, he hunted Nimrod. That's right, folks. Nimrod was hunting him. And Esau camouflaged himself and ended up turning around hunting Nimrod. So when he destroyed Nimrod, Esau would eventually become the new Babylonian king on the earth eventually. See? That's why your Roman Catholic Church, when you look at these practices and ceremonies, you don't see none of that stuff within the Bible. These are all Babylonian priesthoods in plain sight. So Esau took Nimrod's place. And I'm going to be going into that in the academy also, in the wars. So Esau is Nimrod. Okay, in a nutshell. Okay. Now, but he has a problem. What problem he has? Esau is operating on earth with noticeable, not all of them, But I'm talking about the ones that will attack us, like the Gates and all these other people. They're operating behind the veil. But I'm going to tell y'all, folks, these people are highly insecure. And I'm going to go into it. They're highly insecure. And it's because of what the Most High have blessed Jacob with naturally. And I'm talking about everything the Most High have blessed Jacob with. That's right, folks. Esau started creating schools and all of that to try to learn what the Most High give us naturally. That's why they started, they went to visit Solomon, then they started setting up universities. What the Most High gave Solomon naturally is what the Gentiles study to become anything in this world. And they upset and insecure because they would have to go to school and do all this for what the Most High give us naturally. Prince didn't have to go to school to learn how to be a genius in music. Okay? Understand that. Now I can go on and on and on and on, but they've always been insecure with what the Most High have given Jacob naturally. And I'm going to show y'all that in a moment. And this goes into why they're doing what they're doing right now. Highly insecure. And I'm going to go into that in a moment. And Jacob sod pottage, and Esau came from the field, and he was faint. And Esau said to Jacob, what?
Feed me, I pray thee, with that same red pottage, for I am faint. Therefore was his name called Edom.
Therefore was his name called Edom. Read.
And Jacob said, sell me this day thy birthright.
Sell me your birthright. See? So Esau say, listen, I'm going to die anyway if these men catch up with me. So you can have it. Mm-hmm. So instead of Esau operating like his forefathers in the faith of his fathers to stand with his God, he threw away a treasure only to try to get it back once Isaac was on his deathbed with the blessing. See? And Jacob said, what?
Sell me this day thy birthright. 32. And Esau said, behold, I am at the point to die. And what profit shall this birthright do to me?
He says, if I get into this war, always in wars, and die, you have the birthright anyway. Take it. So Jacob said, go ahead and eat it then. Because he needed the food for nourishment, being weak after a war. Right? So at this point, Esau was going to lose the blessing anyway, having no faith. Right? So then Esau goes to his father at the end to receive the blessing, not realizing that Jacob, our father, went in and got the blessing while he was out hunting. Right? Now let's go into some of the attributes of Esau. Let's go to 27.
Yes, sir. Verse 27. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter.
This is what
a man of the.
This is what y'all must understand at all times about Esau. He's a cunning hunter. See? A cunning hunter. He'll use fear and have you go down and take something, and next thing you know, you're pushing up daisies. See? You was fine in your home, relaxing, until Esau came with a signal. And with this signal, he would now stir you up in believing that something was outside that was going to get you. See? Only for you to fall into a trap. It's like setting a bear trap. See? Same thing. And you think you're going to get something to help you, and now you're pushing up daisies or have all types of health problems listening to what they were saying. A cunning hunter. So a hunter, folks, can be on the offense or on the defense. See? When we think about a hunter, we think someone that's aggressive, that's always in front. Always, nah. The greatest hunters, folks, can be on the defense or not engage you at all. A cunning hunter can convince you to fall into the snare or the trap he sets for you. So you have to understand what you're up against, right? Are you following me here? Oh, we already got 23. We got 2,300 up in here already. Praise the Most High. Hit the like button. So first thing you have to know about Esau is that he's a cunning hunter, right? Second thing, why is Esau in perpetual wars? Why does he have this vitriol against us, the people of Jacob? We're God's people, and he knows it. He knows it. Why? Well, for those who don't know, Elder Lawyer, let's go straight to when our father Isaac blessed him in the 27th chapter.
Yes, sir.
So our father received the birthright and the blessings. And what is the blessings? That one day the elder child, Esau, and the nations will have to serve Jacob. Okay, that's the rulership or dominion Christ is returning with. This is why all of these religions are against Christ and against the Bible. Because they know prophetically Christ is coming back to establish a nation on this earth. And on top of that, with the dominion, take away all the rulership that was given them through Esau. See that? So you have to understand why Esau does what he do. Now let's go straight to it, Elder Lloyd. Let's go straight to the blessings our father Jacob gave Esau. Right?
Yes, sir. Genesis 27 and 38.
Read it.
And Esau said unto his father, Hast thou but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth and of the dew of heaven from above.
Come on.
And by thy sword shalt thou live.
Read that again. And by thy what?
Sword, and by thy sword shalt thou live.
And by thy sword, Esau, you will live. See? War. Why? Because all of the nations were given or were allotted land outside of Esau. See? If the Most High give Abraham the promise of the land, that promise goes to Isaac, and then that promise through Isaac go to one son. Think about that. But yet Isaac had twins. So that means the promised land that was given to Isaac belongs to Jacob, which means Esau would need to go to the mountains, angry that our God didn't bless him with land. This is why Esau must live by the sword. In order for him to conquer or for him to live anywhere, he have to kill the people or go to war with the people who had land given to them through our God. See how it works? If you have two sons and one holy land, then the other would have to go to the mountains. See? And this wasn't no 100 billion years ago. He went to Mount Seir and made a pact with the devil Samael. the devil. He made a pact with the Canaanite God, and the Canaanite God empowered him with knowledge to come against us. They shall live by the what? And by the sword shalt thou live, was a blessing that was given to Esau by our father. The so-called white man Esau and the children of Israel, who are Jacob, that's right, us. We're brothers. We're brothers. We were in the same womb of the same mother. They came out red, went to Mount Seir and mixed with the leprous Canaanites. And at that point, Esau became a separate nation. See? And they try to put that stigma of Ham on us when they mixed with a leprous son of Ham, the Canaanites. And Isaac said, by thy sword thou shalt live. Go ahead, elder.
Yes, sir. And shalt serve thy brother. And it shall come to pass, when thou shalt have the dominion, that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck.
So it also was prophesied that Esau would have what? A dominion on earth. So in order to know the dominion, you would have to go to the 4 beasts of Daniel. We teach it at every academy. So nobody can claim you don't know who Esau is, because he have to be one of the 4 beasts. 2nd Esdras 6, 8, and 9 tell you that Esau is the end of the world. So he would be the last 2 beasts of Daniel. Greeks and Romans. See that? Greeks and Romans. They migrated into those areas and was given dominion because Jacob, our people, began to sin against the laws of God. So the yoke was broken off of Esau, and he catapulted above his brother Jacob. And no sooner as he got in that position, he was like, well, okay now, what must we do to keep this power? If Jacob ever rise again, we're done. Finish reading, elder.
Yes, sir. 41. And Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him.
That is the origin of racism right there. Hatred. So if you want to know the core reason for the vitriol and hatred against us, it has nothing to do with us being black. Esau hated us because the Most High blessed us with the land. He blessed us with what? The future generations of the earth after this empire falls. That's why Esau, we wonder why, well, hold up, how can a person hate us and we did nothing to them? Well, here's the root of their hatred. Okay? This is the root of their hatred. The fact that our God chose us is the root of their hatred. Their father was the firstborn. Because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him. Read.
And Esau said in his heart, the days of mourning for my father are at hand. Then will I slay my brother Jacob.
Then will I slay my brother Jacob. Now, no sooner as we started to sin against our God, the Most High did what? He began to move Esau up into power. Either we're going to rule or they going to rule. The other nations are just players on the board. They're going to go with whoever has the power. The other nations are going to go with whomever has the power.
Mm-hmm.
So what are we seeing? Esau has always waged war against us. And I know people are looking at this and saying, well, shouldn't we hate white people? Shouldn't we? No. No. Understand our roles according to prophecy. And what people will do, simple out of their mind, well, God said he hated Esau, and I hate what God hates. That's God. That's the Most High. He can do what he want to do. You're not him. How are we supposed to deal with this knowing that this vitriol exists amongst a lot of Edomites? Right? Well, this is how you do it. Elder Lawyer, let's go to the book of Romans real quick. Because let me handle that right now. Right? Let me handle that right now. Oh yeah, by the way, real quick, and I'm gonna move off of this. There's a brother out there. I guess he be on Sinetta, brother Tazariak or whoever he is, and he gonna put up a video as if he's debating someone from GOCC. Okay, and that's not anyone that's amongst our church. But why do they put that stuff up there? Talking about, yeah, we're gonna debate him about the white man. They put it up there because this is their indirect weasel way of operating, making people think that they are one-upping the gathering of Christ Church. We could care less about someone trying to use our titles for views. Okay? And what they do is the weasel type of way is to try to get a attention-seeking scenario so that they can get some type of interaction or debate when he's not qualified to debate me. Okay? His leader can debate me. See? So I don't weasel around like these guys and find somebody who looked on the internet and all these others because they follow the Gathering of Christ Church and say, now let me show that I can teach. I'm not into that. We're at the end of the world right now. And I'm not going to debate an underling. Okay? So now, I know what he teaches because I can teach it better than him. I did teach it better than him. Okay? So I'm not the one that he want to deal with. He's not qualified to debate me. But what he can do is get his leader. Okay? See? And guess what? I'll be open for that. Get his leader to try to debate what we're teaching. Okay? And you know why they won't do it? Because it will be the end of it. Let me make it clear. Because we got a doctrine that's beyond just saying white man bad, white man bad. We believe in the whole book. And it's our business that we teach who we want to teach. Okay? We're teaching who Christ told us to teach. If you don't like it, do what you're doing. Let me put that out there. So no, don't try to put the weasel way of putting our name in a title as if you're debating someone of our church with the doctrine. You're not. This ain't a Sinetta platform here. Okay, you can get a lot of wins over there with unbelievers. Now, let's go to the book of Obadiah. Matter of fact, before Obadiah, let's go to the book of Romans, Elder Lawyer. Romans 9, real quick. Right? You got it?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to Romans 9. And let's go straight to Romans 9 and 9. Speaking of Esau.
Yes, sir. Romans 9, verse number 9. For this is the word of promise.
Keep on going.
Yes, sir. At this time will I come, and Sarah shall have a son.
Sarah shall have a son. Read.
And not only this, but when Rebekah also had conceived by one, even by our father Isaac, for the children being not yet born, neither having done any good or evil, that the purpose of God according to election might stand, not of works, but of him that calleth.
So this is the perspective to view what Esau's doing. This is the perspective we must take on this. For the children being not yet born, neither having done any good or evil, that the purpose of God according to election might stand, not of works, but of him that calleth. This is the Most High's plan. Before the children were born, he had a plan for Jacob and he had a plan for Esau. Now you're going to hate God for that? He made Esau that way. You want to blame Esau for everything? Go ahead, knock yourself out. But understand, our father stated that when the yoke is taken off of Esau, he will gain dominion. Well, who allowed Esau to gain power by sinning against our God? We did. We did. Now, does it justify some of the actions Esau has done now that he's been given power by our God? No. But knowing how Esau operates is half. It's half of the power that we'll have. Understand what I'm saying. To understand what he's doing is half the battle. One of the greatest, I would say, tools Esau had was the fact that he was anonymous, or no one knew who he was. That was one of his greatest superpowers. So now we know who he is. Now we can deal with him accordingly. We can't trust anything he say publicly. We can't trust. If we go into their hospitals, whatever the case is, guess what? I hear what you're saying, but I understand who you are, so I check back with you. I'm not falling into one of your traps where I do what you tell me to do, and then 3-4 months later, I'm pushing daisies. So knowing who he is half the battle. And understand how our God made him and the reason our God made him. Some people say white supremacy. They're on to something. But guess what? Esau don't mind you saying white supremacy because it doesn't identify his origin, his true intentions, why he has the vitriol he has, why he've always planned a structure to keep Jacob on the bottom economically. It ain't, yeah. So there is something to the white supremacy, but the white supremacy has a name, Edom. See? Let's read it. Neither having done any good or evil, that the purpose of God according to election might stand. Read.
Yes, sir.
Not of works, the 11th verse, the bottom of it.
Yes, sir. Verse 11. Not of works, but of him that calleth.
But him that calleth. It was said unto her, read.
It was said unto her, the elder shall serve the younger, as it is written.
And listen to this. It was said to Rebekah that one day Esau would have to serve Jacob. Now, in a few minutes, you're going to understand what this immigration thing is about. We're ticking down to this prophecy. See? It's ticking down. Guess what? The pendulum has begun to swing the other way. Esau throughout the earth, a lot of them, they're going extinct. I'm going to talk about this, and it's in the Bible. As it is written, read.
As it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated.
Now, why does it say Esau have I hated? Well, you have to understand what love and hate is according to God. Love is when you keep his commandments. Hatred is when you intentionally break his commandments. And Esau aligned himself with Satan. See? That's why it says, Jacob have I loved. How do you love the Most High? Keep my commandments, and my commandments aren't grievous. 1 John 2 and 4. So hatred is teaching people to break the commandments. See? Now, so the Most High does hate him. Why? It tell you in the book of Hebrews. Let's get that. Matter of fact, Elder Lawyer, let's get that where it says for one morsel of meat, he sold his birthright.
Yes, sir. Hebrews 12 and 16.
Hebrews 12 and 16. This is why it says, what? Jacob have I loved, Esau have I hated. 12 and 16 reads what?
Lest there be any fornicator or profane person as Esau, who for one morsel of meat sold his birthright.
Esau, folks. This is why it says he hate Esau. Esau promotes debauchery, perversion. Who's gonna come up with what they call gender care? You're going to call it gender affirming care, castrating boys and putting dresses on them. And they're going to call it, listen to their trick language, gender affirming care. Castrating boys and putting dresses and lipstick on as they grow. Like I mentioned last Sabbath. Nero out of his mind. He's seen a little boy. He's seen a little boy who remind him of his dead wife. Got the guards to grab the little boy. Castrated the little boy. And put a dress and a wig on him and then called this guy after the name of his wife. So that's why it says, lest there be any fornicator or profane person as Esau, because this is what they promote. You know why they promote this, folks? It's a part of them becoming what? The cunning hunter. It's a war tactic. In war, what you do? You take the women, reprocreate with the women, kill the men who can oppose you, and indoctrinate and feminize the boys so that they don't rise up in vengeance. So that they don't rise up in vengeance, folks. It's a war tactic. And it's also a survival tactic Esau used to use to multiply, being that what? He's the smallest race on earth in number. When you look at all the nations of the earth the Most High created, Esau is 7% of the population of the earth. So they have to use war tactics. So this fornication, this sin and all this is a war tactic for them. Number one, if they have Jacob sin, they'll incentivize the sin, so to keep our God at war with us. By default, if our God is at war with us by sinning against the law, Esau stays in position by default. So they must incentivize wickedness. That's the only time they'll give us something, if we'll promote what's against ourselves and God. That's a war tactic. Okay? When they make people like Little Nas X and have them dance with Satan and greased up with a bunch of men, that's shaming our nation and showing us outright that our men have been conquered. When they show our women this way, it shows our women as harlots, that they have been conquered, and make it where you have a society of people, a community that no longer desire to bring forth children who can one day oppose them. The cunning hunter. So this is why it says, Jacob have I loved, Esau have I hated. Because when Esau established governments and all this, these are the things he do to keep power. You would think people claiming to be the chosen people would push righteousness, having the power to do so. This is why it says, Jacob have I loved and Esau have I hated. Lest there be any fornicator, read.
Or profane person as Esau, who for one morsel of meat sold his birthright.
So this was even in the New Testament pointing to Esau as an example of a man without faith. He'll do anything to get his way. See? He's scorned. He's scorned because of what happened in the past when our God gave the promise to our father Jacob. So now he has a problem with our God. So anything in the Bible, they'll teach contrary to it, because they hate the God who gave us the promise. And with this promise, folks, we will have an eternity in power that will never get taken again. And they know that. 17.
Yes, sir, verse 17. For you know how that afterward, when he would have inherited the blessing, he was rejected.
And you know that afterward, when he would have inherited the blessing, he was rejected. Our father went in and got the blessing. You don't sell your birthright, and then when the smoke clear, come on the back end and try to get a blessing. What he should have did was told his father and mother, well, no, I sold my birthright to my brother. I'm not entitled to it. See? But what did he do? He did just enough to survive that day in that war. And once the smoke cleared, he was like, I'm going to undermine Jacob by getting the blessing anyway. And the Most High rejected him. Why? For, read.
For he found no place of repentance, though he sought it carefully with tears.
He found no place of repentance, though he sought it carefully with tears. So our God is like, listen, man, you know right from wrong. Isaac is your father. Repent. Do what's right, Esau, and you'll be accepted under the prophecy. The elder shall serve the younger. Now, the elder cannot serve the younger if you got Jacob running around talking about he can't teach the white man because the white man did all this stuff to us. And that's how you know some of these people, guess what? They got a dark veil on them that won't allow them to see the word as they should see it. because they go into Deuteronomy 28 and show the curses, Elder Lawyer. They show the curses of what our God said that he would do to us if we sinned against the law. They use this, and they can use this to prove that we are the Israelites in the curse. Right? They go to Deuteronomy and say, here's all the stuff that happened to us. Slave ships, we were sold, we built their plantations, we worked in their fields. We are the Israelites. Well, if you can go to Deuteronomy to prove that we're the Israelites, why can't you go there to show why the Most High allowed it to happen? It was our sin that led to what? Esau rising in power. We wanted to be like the Gentiles. We wanted to be like them. So the Most High put us under them. So why am I saying that? Now that the Most High have given us understanding of who we are and have given us insight now to understand who they are, now we must be in Christ and give those who would like to repent opportunity to do so. We don't need Congress and Senate bowing down and talking about we feel sorry for slavery and all these. No. Repent. Admit the truth. Tell the world you Edom and that you've been in a secret war against the children of Israel. See? And then the Most High will find a way in that place of repentance, confess your faults, to allow you to fulfill that prophecy that was given to our mother Rebecca. The elder shall serve the younger. Let's go to the book of Obadiah, Elder. Now, as a matter of fact, let's go back to Romans 9. Let's go back to Romans 9, which says, Jacob have I loved, and Esau have I hated. Now we understand why the Most High said he hated Esau. Right? Promoting fornication. They the one came up with pornography and all these others, pushing debauchery and all these others. What shall we say then?
Yes, sir. Verse 14. What shall we say then? Is there unrighteousness with God? God forbid.
So guess what? Is it unrighteousness with God? God forbid. He can love who he want to love. He can hate who. The Most High is not trying to fit into our small perspective or understanding of who and what he is. So some of us will look at this and say, well, I don't want to serve a God that hate. Guess what? You're not moving the needle. Who cares what you think? Okay. The Lord, what? He loves righteousness and hates evil. Here it is. You can have the emotions to feel upset and hate and love, and I'm not going to deal with these people no more. But the God who created you, right? He's inferior to you because what? You have attributes that he doesn't even have, huh? You can hate, you can cut people off, you can do all of that, but you're going to look at God and say, well, okay, that's God. He can't do that. You don't understand why he said, Esau have I hated. Because Esau is doing wrong on this earth. He refused to do what's right, and he know what's right because he came out of Isaac. See? And now if Edomites want to repent, they can say, you know what? I denounce the ways of my fathers. I denounce it. I denounce this wickedness. And guess what? I want to cleanse myself from the wickedness of my father and become a part of the light. Become a part of the righteous kingdom to come. Every nation has that opportunity. The same way, when we're baptized, we're washing the evil off of us from our forefathers. Jacob, who's Jacob's sons who end up building towers to Ashtoreth and sacrificing children. Right? So the same way we're looking for the Most High to give us an opportunity, not being the people who did those wicked things like some of our forefathers, other nations has access to. See? And we're here to teach what the disciples were teaching. You can't have a doctrine built off of running around cursing out people. That's stupid. That's outright stupid, barbaric. Read the 15th verse.
Yes, sir. For verse 15. For he saith to Moses, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy, and I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion.
He says, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy, and I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion. Read.
Therefore,
16.
In fact, verse 16. So then it is not of him that willeth, nor of him that runneth, but of God that showeth mercy.
Read.
For the scripture saith unto Pharaoh, even for this same purpose have I raised thee up, that I might show my power in thee, and that my name might be declared throughout all the earth.
So this is why the Most High raised up Edom. To what? For the scripture saith unto Pharaoh, even for the same purpose have I raised thee up. Esau was made to be the modern day Pharaoh over God's people. See? That's his position. The Most High had him this. He was like that in the womb before they were born. The Most High knew that he would one day become the Pharaoh. So now we can look at it and say, okay, Pharaoh tried to kill the babies at birth. And understand, it's Esau behind this. See? Pharaoh didn't want to let us go because what? It's a love-hate relationship. He didn't like us because we were greater, but he loved us because the Most High blessed us, and through us, Egypt thrived. The same way, Esau hates us, but he don't want us to have our own, separate from him, because it's through our power and blessings, America and the world have become rich. See? It's the same thing. And the Most High raised up Pharaoh so eventually he can show his power, that he would smash the Egyptians. And all those countries, surrounding countries around the Mesopotamian area would understand at that time that our God was always the greatest God over all the gods. See? And this is why he raised up Edom here. So that when Christ returns and crushed them, the whole world will know that he was the true God of all gods. See? Let's go to the book of Obadiah. Edomites are in their final fight for survival. That's what we're witnessing through the immigration programs you see. And right now they're becoming emboldened with their true intentions. Folks, let me tell you, they never cared about immigrants. Immigrants has always been what? Political. They were using immigrants as political pawns to undermine Judah. They don't care about what they call Latinas and all this other stuff. I'm going to show you how the hunter used smoke and mirrors. They are against the lost tribes of Israel. The 10 tribes that were conquered here by Esau, the indigenous people, folks, they're from the 10 tribes of Israel. But Esau would use them as leverage against us because why? We had all the leverage. Okay? We didn't have a place to run. We had to force them to do right. There was no place that was going to take us in. We were the labor. So what happens when slavery is done and we're the only people that's the carpenters, we're the cowboys, we're the ones taking care of their children, we're the ones that's building their homes. We are the labor force of the new world. That was our leverage. See? Oh, so you don't want to treat us right. Okay. Everybody walk off their jobs in the United States because white people don't want to do these jobs. And it shut the whole economy down. It shut the whole economy down, folks. They don't care about these immigrants. Esau sat back and said, you know what? We're going to need to leverage off these other people against them so that they don't put us in a position where what? Where they can now destroy our economy at any time. At any time, they can destroy our economy by not working. We can't put them in that position no more, ever again. We'll go over there and tell the other people that we've destroyed and turned their countries into third world countries. We'll go over there and tell them, come over here because these blacks are lazy in the United States. Lazy? Who built the whole country people are coming to? You gonna call that lazy? No, they were just lying to you. Divide and conquer. I'm gonna go there in a moment. To make you believe that, guess what? You guys are better blacks than these other blacks. They're lazy. And guess what? A lot of our people ate it up and began to believe that. We were the only ones being the minority in this country, stomping 10 toes down, where they had to negotiate with us. Okay? Folks, they didn't free us out of the kindness of their heart. Oh yeah, Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves. That's garbage. Let me make it clear to you, folks. There was too many rebellions in the United States. Every time they build something, we were tearing it down. And this is where they came up with the Harriet Tubman story. Not that it didn't happen, but they fantasized that story so to get the optics off of all the black men like Nat Turner, who was turning up. So we need a nice story where a woman is the leader, with a peaceful underground railroad where the white Jews and the white people help the black people come to the north for freedom. Y'all still buying that story? Look at the dates of the Underground Railroad in proximity to the time of all the rebellions of Nat Turner and others who were turning it up. You will see why they promoted that story. Because they didn't want our children to grow up, especially the men, the little boys, growing up understanding warfare. And that the nations and that this country wasn't going to give us anything. We would have to fight for everything. They didn't want that being taught to our children. Nat Turner, you can't read Nat Turner in school. Some cat go and take one of our daughters and rape our daughters, and you got black men burning down plantations because of it. Right? They couldn't have that. $2,800 people. Y'all doing good. Let me get 300 more likes for those. And that's why they gave us roots. Every generation, they bring in Harriet Tubman, Underground Railroad. Be very quiet. We running up north. It was a cover story so that our people wouldn't go into the spirit of rebellion and revolution. So they brought in buffers in the United States. They never cared about immigrants. Look what they're saying now on TikTok and all that. They calling Mexicans wetbacks and all this other stuff. And just a few years ago, they was all about the Latinas. What weren't they? Y'all don't understand how Esau worked, the cunning hunter. He always used a buffer class so that he can play dumb publicly. So you can blame someone else when he's orchestrating it all. Elder Lloyd, let's go to the book of Obadiah real quick.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the book of Obadiah. All right, let me grab it here. The vision of Obadiah.
Yes, sir. Obadiah verse 1. The vision of Obadiah, thus saith the Lord God concerning Edom. We have heard a rumor from the Lord, and an ambassador is sent among the heathen. Arise, and let us rise up against her in battle.
Now you have you have many people erroneously teaching that this was Gumnunasser, the ambassador of Egypt. This don't have nothing to do with Gumnunasser. The ambassador that's going to rise up in battle, according to prophecy, is Iran, the Medes. It's talking about what we are seeing now. You can't just look at this and look at an ambassador in Egypt and say, well, ambassador of Egypt. No, you got to use precepts. That's philosophy. This have nothing to do with Gumnunasser. The ambassador, according to prophecy, is Iran. Behold, what? Now here is the issue, Elder Lawyer, to why Edomites are in their final fight for survival. Read it.
Yes, sir. Verse 2. Behold, I have made thee small among the heathen. Thou art greatly despised.
Folks, they are the smallest race in number on the earth. 7% of the world population are white Europeans, and that includes Jewish white Europeans. So you have to understand their position. If they're the smallest, then they have to use different tactics of war to stay in power. Right? We're going to go over those. 3.
The pride of thine heart have deceived thee, thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock, whose habitation is high, that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground?
The pride of their heart have deceived them. The Most High is like, hold up, you was not too long ago in the Caucasus Mountains, and before that, Mount Seir. So now you're coming down as if you are the creators or have the wisdom or began civilization altogether, as if you're the smartest people on earth all of a sudden. No, you're not.
Mm-hmm.
And the Most High says, now Esau began to smell himself. You was in the rocks. Okay? You were up in the rocks, the mountains. The Most High says, I gave you power, Esau. I gave you the power. Now you want to make everyone believe that you are just genetically superior and more intelligent. When no, you're just more deceiving than the rest of the world. You're just more dishonest than the rest of the world. And that's what makes them believe that they're more intelligent, because they fool us over and over again, and our people continue to listen to it. That's what make them believe they're more intelligent. Because no way their people would have stood by after another race have deceived and destroyed their children over and over again. They know that they wouldn't have stood by idle and accepted, accepted any trust through those people who was presently killing and destroying their people. So they look at our people as dumb. Because they would not have went for this. Straight up. They're warriors. Though thou dwellest in the clefts of the rocks, whose habitation is high, that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground? So Esau had been smelling himself as if it was through his power they're ruling. Right? And it says what? Up here. That they are small amongst the heathen. Right? And it says, behold, I made thee small among the heathen. Thou art greatly despised. Now, why are they despised? Why? Because Esau made an agreement with them. And the agreement is what we see in immigration today. And Esau has begun to double cross them. Esau is double crossing them. What do I mean by that? There's a confederacy that they made, a pact together that we read about in Psalms 83, where all the nations would benefit from the children of Israel who are in slavery without the knowledge of who we are or who they are. See? So the other nations were supposed to benefit equally with Esau as long as they can keep Jacob on the bottom. But the confederacy, there's a problem with it now because Esau only knows war. And if he could do this to his own brother, what do you think he's going to do to you? Oh, you thought he's going to keep the agreement? So that's why the other nations are upset, because Esau have double-crossed them. It was never about him sharing equal power with you. Okay. Let's go to the confederacy and go back to Obadiah. Let's go to Psalms 83.
Yes, sir. Psalms 83, verse number 1.
Psalms 83, and we're going to go back to Obadiah. Psalms 83, verse 1. Yes, sir.
Keep not thou silence, O God. Hold not thy peace and be not still, O God. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones.
So they've taken crafty counsel. This is what they're doing, folks. Amongst their private, diplomatic, and bureaucratic meetings. All the nations are coming together privately, and this is what they've been doing for years. Consulting against us, the hidden ones. We have no idea where the children of Israel. The truth have been hidden by these people. Read.
They have said, come, and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance.
Come and let us cut them off from being a nation of people, that the name of Israel be no more in remembrance. Now, you know it's not talking about the modern day Israel. That's all they talk about is they're the people, the chosen land, support our only ally in the Middle East. So it can't be them. That the name of Israel, make sure the children of Israel in captivity know nothing. They'll be reading their history book, and we're going to teach them fairy tales out of it, Babylonian doctrine out of it, and we're going to make them believe that the people they're reading about are us. that the name of Israel be no more in remembrance. Re-educate God's people. A lot of them. Tell them they're from the seeds of Ham. If any time they talk about color in the Bible, bring up Moses' Ethiopian wife, and she's a Hamite. And folks, it's as if they're all reading from the same script when you bring up color in the Bible. No one asked you about Moses' wife who's in Ethiopia. They don't have, we the people, we the same bloodline of Moses. How about that? So that's their deception. As soon as we start talking about color, oh, it don't matter. What do you mean it don't matter? When you're claiming to be God's people, which gives you a right in the Middle East doing what you're doing right now, but over here you're telling us it doesn't matter? You see how they speak off out of both sides of their mouth? They have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation, a race of people. We're not black. We're not Puerto Rican. We're not none of this crap they've been calling us. We're the children of Israel. That the name of Israel be no more in remembrance. Read.
5. For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee. Then
it names the chief players in this conspiracy. Read.
Yes, sir. 6. The tabernacles of Edom.
Edomites.
And the Ishmaelites.
And the Arabs. That's why they always paying Arabs to push up where we live at. Under this black and brown garbage. That's why. And then they'll put these people in political positions to get access to the budgets that's supposed to have been allocated to our people who built the country. They'll give it to the enemy to undermine us in the communities. Or they'll get other people from someplace else who doesn't have a vested interest because they didn't build anything. And they'll tell them where the budget is and make sure the money is allocated outside of Judah. They've been playing this game since after the 60s. They say, you know what? We're not going to allow these people to shut down our economy anymore. Let's bring in buffers. Let's go to some war-torn country like India where they're crapping in the streets and get some of them and clean them up and make them believe that they are a part of the Aryan race on this side. And they automatically come to the country to align themselves with Edomites, with whiteness against us. Let's get an Arab who ain't doing nothing over there and let's give him a loan to have a liquor store and all that. And when Judah go for a loan, we'll deny Judah. We're going to systematically, financially bar Judah out of society. Crafty counsel. Edomites and Arabs, Ishmaelites are behind this. Moab and the Hagarenes, those that are over there around the outside of the land of Israel. Gabal and Ammon and Amalek. Amalek is the father of the modern day Jewish people today. And they said what? Let's go down to the elder lawyer. Let's go down to the 12th verse. So all of them were in confederate together, and they all came together and said what? Who said?
Who said? Let us take to ourselves the houses of God in possession.
Let us all have our share in enslaving God's people. That was the confederacy. That was the agreement. The Bible is exposing what they talk about behind closed doors. The agreement is that all of these nations would have a piece of the pie by keeping the truth from us and using our children as slaves and our men as bucks and our women for their beds. See? The whole plan was keeping the knowledge of Israel from us, the fact that we're God's people. But now Esau has double-crossed all of these nations. Let's go back to Obadiah.
Yes, sir. Obadiah.
And let's go straight
Verse
down.
number 4.
Though thou exalt thyself, go on.
Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle.
Hold up, let's stop
and though
right
thou
there.
set-
Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle. The eagle. Now, what was Rome known for? What was Rome known for? Let's see here. Rome was known for, and I have it right here, the concept of divide and conquer. The concept of divide and conquer. That concept. What is that concept? The concept of divide and conquer, also known as divide et impera, was a Roman strategy used to conquer and maintain control over territories. So this is why out of nowhere the synagogue of Satan got all up in your city hall and started making all of these groups out of nowhere. See? Gay, LGBT, women group, a triple minority, a quadruple minority, Asian minority. Because now, if you can split the money according to these groups, you can now control these people through infighting. You can now control the narrative now. Why do they want everyone fighting? Because their numbers are dwindling. Right now, what Trump has picked up where Biden left off from. Their whole thing for the last 8 years was to bolster their numbers back because they are being, that's right, folks, they are being birthed out of existence. I'm going to show y'all. Listen, the Roman strategy used to conquer and maintain control over territories. It involves inciting conflicts between conquered groups. You see what they're doing right now? They didn't do anything for Judah. So now Judah is sitting back looking at other tribes now and saying, hey, Trump, get rid of him. Mm-hmm. See? When both groups have been conquered. And this is how they do it. They'll play dumb, bring these people in as leverage, and at any time use the infighting so that they can now keep what? The authoritative position unchecked. And then while they going against the 12 tribes who are rising, they're bringing in right in the back door, Eastern Europeans in the millions to bolster their numbers, knowing that their birth rates are going down the tubes. See, but this is what they did. I'm going to show y'all real quick. This is what they did. Let me show y'all this. See? When we began to bolster our political power in the 60s and saying that, listen, you're not going to pay us anything because we're the only labor in this country. You're going to treat us right. They brought in an alleged CIA asset by the name of Gloria Steinem. This Satanist right here. And they grabbed a sister for what? To show forth the woman liberation, knowing that they were seeking to attack her community. This wasn't going to affect Gloria Steinem. Why? Because the Jewish people are an insulated group within themselves where they promote the woman as the matriarchal example for nation. So the pressure is on her to keep the Jewish community white. They will say, if your mother white, if your mother Jew, then now that makes you a Jew. So this wasn't going to affect her the same way, because under their religion, they were seeking to keep their families like the Waltons. See, but what they didn't realize, Elder, is that if you do this to one side, eventually it was going to affect the whites. They thought they were just going to divide one side, bring in feminism and all types of healthcare stuff to destroy our people in the community, and that it wasn't going to affect them. See? They thought it wasn't going to affect them. But guess what, folks? Where Israel is where all the fun is. And you, folks, I'm going to tell you, them children that was living in the Midwest and going to college up north and all that, they couldn't wait to sneak amongst where the children of Israel were having fun. Okay? So when you send your children to college and all that, and Elder Lloyd, I'm going to tell you, see, I like to go into those stories about when I was coming up, 15th and Diamond and others. Why? Because I remember Temple before it became the big temple that Bill Cosby put all that money into. And they ended up burning him. And I used to see their children, okay, North Philadelphia, them white girls, them East Indian girls and all of that. They couldn't wait to come into the neighborhood to try to get with a poor black guy. Anybody that lived around 15 and Diamond coming up in the 80s and 90s, they can vouch for what I'm saying. But guess what? Sisters, let me tell you, sisters was different. Right? You got to be careful them coming into the neighborhood, because sisters would get together and jump you over there. I remember that. But I'm going to tell you, the East Indian girls, the white girls, all the other nations couldn't wait to actually be a part of what they only seen on TV. And why am I putting that out there? Well, when they did this, they thought this was only going to affect us, not realizing that when their girls get a chance, they was going to come over to where Israel, the children of Israel, were, and be affected by the same negatives that they thought was insulated only amongst us. Right? So what happens? They lie and claim that black men are this and what, they're savages, they're beasts, or black women, all this to discourage their children, but their children were curious anyway. And what happens? You start teaching women liberation and start teaching all of this stuff. And now you are losing the numbers, not having the children that you thought you was going to have, while destroying the children of Israel in the inner city. Now it's affecting you. Now it's what? It's blowing back on you. Even the buffers that you bring over here, they end up seeking out our people to be with. Our people are like magnets. The whole world loves us. And I'm not boasting. That's just the truth. That's just the truth. Even going over to other countries. Here it is. We're treated like nothing here. But you go into Greece and we had my sons, all these people being treated, they were being treated like stars in these other areas. It's to a point where I had to check a lot of them with their pride and all that, because they couldn't understand how they were being viewed on such a level when they would have never experienced that much in the United States at all. I had to check them. Even we go to Greece, all these girls wanted to get with Israel. No matter where you go. Now check this out. So that means they tried to do this. And what happened? Divide and conquer. It involved inciting conflicts between conquered groups and then mediating between them. You cause the issue, then mediate, preventing them from uniting against the Roman rule. This tactic was effectively employed in the conquest of the Italian peninsula and beyond. You create groups, create infighting amongst them so that you can have the moral high ground to come in and bring the solution, and that in of itself keeps Esau in power. But when they did this, brothers and sisters, let me show you. When they did this was their Trojan horse to destroy us, and they thought that the crack and all of that would insulate us to a point where they could boast of their numbers at a time when our people were rising in consciousness. They knew the Most High would begin to speak to us and bring us back our knowledge. So they had a short time, and they needed to totally buffer us and destroy us by other groups and others. And they used feminism as their key weapon. Right? So check this out. Let's go back to the Confederacy so that I can wrap this up, Elder Lawyer, in the book of Obadiah.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to 5. Yeah, 2.
Yes, sir. Verse 5.
Though thou exact thyself, you can do the eagle.
Yes, sir. Verse 4. Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, thence will I bring thee down, saith the Lord.
The nest among the stars is their space program. They're building out there to fight against Christ's second coming. And then it tell you that they're thieves. Why? Because they only had the mountains. So anything that they were blessed with, the sword, they would need the sword. They would need war. They would need to take, because nothing was given to them. See? There was 2 sons, Jacob and Esau, and only one promise. So anything they get, they must steal. If thieves came to thee, read.
If robbers by night, how art thou cut off? Would they not have stolen till they had enough? If the grape gatherers came to thee, would they not lead some grapes? How are the things of Esau searched out? How are his hidden things sought up?
Who can figure Esau out is what Obadiah is asking. We can, because our God have given us the mind of Edom out of this book. See? There's a method to Esau's madness. There's a method to it. And it's all for the sake of survival. It tells you here that he's the smallest amongst all of the nations of the earth, which means, folks, if you put them all together, they're only 7% of the earth's population. And then on top of that, when you look at the globe or the maps they make, they intentionally made the UK big on the map in comparison to the United States to make you believe it was more of them that conquered. When folks, you can put the whole UK in Texas and it'll be a lot of room left even after that. Okay. All the men, read.
7. All the men of thy confederacy have brought thee even to the border.
Now, the people that they were in confederacy with against us, Psalms 83, are now up on them now. Turning on them. Read.
The men that were at peace with thee have deceived thee and prevailed against thee. They that eat thy bread have laid a wound under thee. There is none understanding in him.
Because they understand that Esau never had an intention of sharing power equally with them. So they coming to him, it's like, nah, thank you for helping me take down Jacob, but no. A matter of fact, I'm going to smash your country too. And now the nations are like, well, there's no understanding in this guy. We were all together, and now the tactics he used on his brother, they turned around and used on us. Right? And it said, let's go back up here, Elder Lawyer, where it says, where it talk about their numbers.
Yes, sir. Verse 2. Behold, I have made thee small among the heathen. Thou art greatly despised.
I've made thee small among the heathen. Heathen only mean Gentile nations. Now, I showed this years ago, right after Biden was voted in, that their plan that they were doing with immigration and all of that was based on what? Their numbers dwindling down. Their birth rates are down, not just in America, all over the earth. When they opened up a what? A sexual revolution through feminism, their women left the farms. Now they women fly all around the world looking for black men. See, they didn't bank on that one. Folks, I'm not talking about what's right or wrong according to the law. I'm talking about what is. If you're going to do a revolution, a sexual revolution, and back feminism to destroy our people, you didn't think that your daughters would begin to exercise their curiosities? Let me show you something here. Let me show you something. Biden. Remember Biden said this?
I'm the first person, black or white, who called attention to the fact that you were finding that there was the rate of people who are African Americans who are dying was 3 times that of white people. I don't carry around a stamp on my head saying progressive and I'm AOC, but I have more of a record of getting things done in the United States Congress than anybody you know. Anybody you know.
Some Biden cringe.
By 2040, this country is going to be minority white European.
You see that? He said by 2040, this country will be minority white European. Now, Biden, what do you care about that for if all people are equal and it's all equitable and it's about peace? Why do you worry about these numbers?
Hear me? Minority white European. And you guys are going to have to start working more with Hispanics. who make up a larger portion of the population than y'all do.
Oh, look at him wagging his wagging his finger there. You Negroes have to start working with the Latinos, divide and conquer, who makes up more of the demographic than you do. Folks, this was their plan the whole time. And now look what they're doing to the so-called Hispanics. Right? Now, these are the so-called leaders our people are voting in. Right? These are the so-called leaders. Biden today is screaming on these characters. Shut up and do what we say. White people are dying around here. We're going to be the minority around. We're not having no children. So you have to take a back seat and listen to those Latinos, because why? They were looking at bringing over also, because there's a caste system in these countries, the Edomite so-called Latinas to bolster their birth rates. But then there was a problem with that. No, as soon as they bring them over here, they're going after Ocho Cinco. They're going after Chad Johnson. So everything that they're bringing over is making a beeline to where the Israelites are. Right? So check it out.
Some Biden cringe.
By 2040, this country is going to be minority white European. Hear me? Minority white European. And you guys are going to have to start working more with Hispanics, who make up a larger portion of the population than y'all do.
Boy, let me tell you, he put some stank on it too. Shut up, Al Sharpton. More than y'all do. So we got to break down this pie, this minority pie that we used to give your people. We're giving it to the strangers. Because we have to bolster our numbers back. Abortion ain't killing enough for you. You're still multiplying like you were in Egypt. What are we going to do about you? We show your images, everything wrong on the earth, and when the women come over, they come straight after the black men. And then even if Esau deals with a black woman, guess what? That child will automatically be put in the category of black. So what's happening is they're being multiplied. They're being what? They're being moved to extinction through low birth rates. Because they'll look at a mixed girl and say, you know, or mixed boy and say, he belong over there. And their numbers go lower. So this was a level of warfare Esau couldn't do nothing about. They becoming extinct. So the Most High, through the Spirit, has naturally began, brothers and sisters, to judge right before our eyes. He's doing the judgment when you're just disappearing out of the earth right before our eyes. So Esau needed the immigration. Let me show you. He needed the immigration. So what did they do years ago? Look at what they did.
Visiting Poland as Russia invaded. For several days, her family has been trying to escape Ukraine. A nearby tent offers shelter from the biting wind.
Ой, спать не могу.
I can't sleep. I sleep 1 or 2 hours a night. I have
Students are from
Look.
Ecuador and fled.
Look at this, folks. All of Ukraine, the men go to war to die, and they're bringing all the women and children. They've been doing this This video came out 3 years ago, folks. To bolster the Edomite population. Why? Esau know that, especially the women within the United States, have left the farm. They're no longer cooperating. They're no longer cooperating with the imperialist men. They're not siding with their men anymore in the United States or the Western world. And you know what? Esau is saying, you know what? We're going to get rid of them too. We're going to get rid of them too in the war. And they brought the replacements under the cover of immigration. And now they're going after all of the ones that look like black, Latinos. They're going after all of them. But folks, this is what it was about the whole time. To bolster their numbers. So now they've been emboldened, Elder Lawyer. Right? Hold up. Now they've been emboldened. Check this out, Elder Lawyer, where now these guys can out just ask the question now.
I think race mixing should be illegal. What do you mean? Like mixing races, like a black person, white person having children, like an Asian and a Mexican.
Yeah. Should it be illegal or legal? Should it be legal or illegal?
Illegal.
Oh, no. No.
Why not?
I love my chocolate, man. Everyone loves who they love. I mean.
So you're a mud shark.
Oh, Lawyer, here's the insecurity. You see what happens? See, they thought, let me tell you, they thought, let me go back. They thought when they did this, that it was going to affect and destroy our people, and we kept multiplying. And now the women they want no longer want them. That's the insecurity piece that they've been dealing with for a long, long time. This is what they feared because their numbers are dwindling. And look at what she's saying.
I think race mixing should be illegal.
What do you mean?
Like mixing races, like a black person, white person having children, like an Asian and a Mexican.
Yeah. Should it be illegal or legal? Should it be legal or illegal?
Illegal.
Oh, no. No.
Why not?
I love my chocolate, man.
I love the chocolate man. Now, you know he's infuriated right here, right?
Everyone loves who they love. I mean.
So you're a mud shark.
Oh, what?
Look, and then he's going to try to shame with name calling. Right? When no one cares. Trying to shame them now. Oh, you a mud shark. And this show you how immature and insecure these men are.
Mud shark?
A mud shark is crazy. No.
You said you like chocolate men.
Okay.
So you're a mud shark.
No. I like everybody, but I like my chocolate men.
Wait, why should race mixing be legal if the child is more likely to turn out?
That's a statistic?
Yes.
From what source?
This is whom Trump has emboldened. They're coming out right out with it. So when any war go down, understand that they're looking to get rid of all the liberated women who've liberated themselves from their own men. Why? Edomites are in their final fight for survival. Like Pharaoh, they was behind the eugenics. seeking to get rid of our children. And the Most High is saying, you know what? I'll tell you what. Your women will not reprocreate. A matter of fact, they'll bring forth other nations. And through that, you'll become extinct. See? Because the seed comes through the father. Now, we know that according to the Bible, every nation is supposed to stay with their own nation. But because Esau is small amongst the nations, he must divide himself amongst the other races of people, and now he's getting absorbed. So when you see what's going on with immigration, folks, that's what it is. They have to do this to survive. They brought in the Ukrainians. A sister called in not too long ago. I'm going to go back to this in a moment. And you can give me your opinion on that in a moment, Elder. A sister called last year and said she works for the military, and they're the ones who sew on the names for all of the uniforms. She said, Elder, you should see these uniforms. She called into Patreon. She says all of these names are long Eastern European names that I'm sewing on the uniforms. These are foreigners that are joining the American army. And that's what it's all about. This is their new, I'm going to tell you, they've been emboldened the whole time doing this right up under our nose and make us think it's about immigration. No, it's about putting people in place that can actually war at the very end against our people. And they're going to actually kill their own people too, who agree with our people or care for our people. And that's what? That's a key tactic in war. So right now they're gauging society now. That's why he's out there emboldened and can say this. Oh, you mud sharking, whatever that means. They have lost their daughters a long time ago. And how they lost their daughters? In an attempt to destroy us through feminism and sexual liberation. They thought it was only going to affect us. But in turn, they gave access. They gave their women access to the same people they were seeking to destroy. Here's your insecure guy right here. Here you go. Let me play the whole thing through.
Race mixing should be illegal.
What do you mean?
Like mixing races, like a black person, white person having children, like an Asian and a Mexican.
Yeah.
Should it be illegal or legal?
Should it be legal or illegal?
Illegal.
Oh, no.
No.
Why not?
I love my chocolate man.
Everyone loves who they love. I mean.
So you're a mud shark.
Oh, what?
You're a mud shark?
A mud shark is crazy. No.
You said you like chocolate men.
Okay.
So you're a mud shark.
No. I like everybody, but I like my chocolate man.
Wait, why should race mixing be legal if the child is more likely to turn out?
That's a statistic?
Yes.
From what source?
Me looking around.
You looking around?
Yeah.
Very credible, I do have to say.
Right? Elder Lloyd, you have anything to say on that? You there, lawyer?
Slock, I had to take the mute off. No comment. I don't have anything to say on this necessarily.
Okay. Now let's go back now to Exodus.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to Exodus. So it says that he raised Esau up to be the new Pharaoh. And Pharaoh began to do what? Let's go there real quick. The book of Obadiah. He'd been small amongst the heathen, so in order for him to survive, folks, he must stop the multiplying of Israel, of the children of Israel, our people. On top of doing that and destroying the birth rates of our people, they must multiply in number to build an army strong enough amongst them to come against Judah at the very last. And that's that war that's spoken of in the Dead Sea Scrolls. But they're losing the numbers. It's as if the Most High did something on the earth where even though we cannot fight against them, we can't fight against them because of their weaponry, their warfare. The Most High is fighting for us. They're seeking to kill our children through eugenics, and their women are bringing forth other nations of people. And I'm not just talking about our people. Hey, their women is flying all around the world, getting with everybody else. And they see these numbers. They see these numbers. And that's why Biden said this with his chest.
But I have more of a record of getting things done in the United States Congress than anybody you know. Anybody you know.
Some Biden cringe.
By 2040, this country is going to be minority white European. You hear me? Minority white European. And you guys are going to have to start working more with Hispanics, who make up a larger portion of the population than y'all do.
And some
okay, he was talking to black people.
He said that with his chest. Y'all have to get in line with the Hispanics. But it wasn't about the Hispanics at all. It's all about preserving the Edomite race because the Bible says what? He had made them small among the Gentiles or the heathen. Thou art greatly despised. Why are they being despised? Because they've double-crossed all these other nations for the sake of survival. This is what happens when you're the smallest nation on earth. You must be in continual war to keep power because you don't have the numbers. You must divide the earth, and eventually their plan is to get rid of the children of Israel altogether. See? Because if there's no children of Israel left, then there's no prophecy concerning this Messiah who's coming to save them. See? So here it is. They open up liberation and equality and woman rights and all that, and their women couldn't wait to run off the farms and to deal with other nations. And that's the thing. That's the insecurity thing that Esau been dealing with for a long time. Because I'm going to tell you, our young men aren't even chasing them like that. Their women are chasing black men. They've always, told you when I was in 15th, I was living in 15th and Diamond, Temple University. Okay, I worked at Houlihan's, 19th of Rittenhouse Square. When those girls come to colleges in the big city, they be coming straight and trying to crack on black guys. And I'm talking about poor people with nothing. They just want to be around black people. I've seen it with my own eyes. And guess what? Our brothers don't even chase them like that. Never did. And they be on these. Even my son, who played. My son played Temple University. He played for Temple University. He was safety there. He used to tell me how these white girls would be trying to elbow others out of the way to get to one of the to one of the stars of the team, or to be around the athletes. He's like, no. He's like, Dad, no, ain't nobody chasing no. He says these girls be elbowing other people out of the way to get next to us. And I told my son, I'm like, hey, all due respect, I want my grandbaby to look like me. Okay? And he says, Dad, you don't got to. I'm like, I'm just saying. And guess what? His first son, Richard the Fourth, looks just like me. And yeah, people aren't supposed to deal with strange women. We all know what the Bible say, but that's not the point. The point is Esau is small among the nations, and they have mixed themselves amongst the nations, and the only way for them to survive is for their women to choose them, and they aren't choosing them. That's the point. And if the woman who brings forth the seed of a man isn't bringing forth Edomites, in essence, Edomites are diminishing in number compared to the other people. So that's why Esau is social engineering this immigration. It's for the sake of survival because they are losing in numbers. Their women are choosing to bring forth other nations. We know what the Bible says, but it doesn't change the fact that when these girls go to these colleges and all these others, ain't nobody talking about a Bible.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. The reality of it. We know the Bible says every nation is supposed to stay with their nation. But the reality is, if our women decided that they didn't want their men anymore and only had babies by other nations, folks, that's even more, that's ethnic cleansing. That's a quiet ethnic cleansing to a point where you don't even need bullets. You don't need a bomb if you can actually birth someone out of existence by choosing another nation.
Right.
That's ethnic cleansing. That's the point that's being made. The majority of the nations now are choosing Israel. Now you know why? Remember earlier I said, brothers and sisters, earlier I dropped that the nations only follow those who are in power.
Mm-hmm.
I dropped it. Well, the nations see the pendulum swinging the other way. They know our time is coming. And they tell you in the book of Isaiah that they will cleave to Israel. And this is why, like that white guy, he can't understand why the women he want someone else. Because the pendulum is swinging. Everyone look towards who's next. Who will have the power? There's a shift in the earth. And no matter what they try to claim about black men and say that black men is this and black men is that, they can't change the fact that we're the men of God. And that our bloodline is strong, leading right back to Jacob, and that all the nations would cleave unto Jacob, and they can't stand it. They can't stand it. I'm going to open up the lines in 1 second. I want to hear what y'all have to say on that. Real quick, Elder Lawyer, let's go to the book. And this is why the Most High have them what? Dwindling in number. Because they've been secretly, socially engineering our community, dividing our families, and then made a legislation through that Satanist, that eugenicist. Okay? That started Planned Parenthood to make sure that at least 1,000 of our children never see the light of day every day. That was their plan. And they still don't have the numbers. And we're still multiplying. Let's get it real quick, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. If you don't mind, I got 2 quick precepts you can break down.
Yeah.
Just showing that everything that they have created to destroy us is actually backfired.
What you got?
Psalm 7 and 15. And then after that, we got Psalms 57 and 6.
Psalms chapter and verse?
The first one, Psalm 7, and we'll start in 14. Key verse is 15.
All right, I'll read it. You can break it down.
Yes, sir.
Psalm 7 and 14. Behold, he traveleth with iniquity, and hath conceived mischief, and brought forth falsehood. He made a pit and digged it. Because there you go, the cunning hunter, right? He made a pit and digged it, and is fallen into the ditch which he made.
Exactly. So he, in this case, he, being Esau, made a pit. What pit? When you go back to the crack epidemic, he created that to destroy our communities. But check this out. In 2025, what's the biggest drug crisis in America? The opium epidemic, the opium crisis. So he digged a pit, or he made a pit and digged it, and it's fallen into the ditch which he made. When we're talking about feminism, that's a pit that he created. That's a pit that he digged. But now check this out. He is now fallen into the same ditch which he made, the same feminist ideology and philosophy that he created to separate us from our women, or to have our women separate from us, has now germinated amongst his women. And now his women don't want him. They're separating from him. They desire everything outside of him. He's fallen into the same pit which he have made.
Yeah, and they think they're going to bring over Ukrainian women that's going to bolster their birth rates. Let me tell you, you're bringing these Ukrainian women into places where you allowed crystal meth to go down. So they're gonna be getting doped out on that. Okay? Your daughters are gonna want to go to the parties where our people are. Okay? Let me tell you, they're celebrating the fact that they don't have to stay in Ukraine. We get to go to America, the land of the free, and in a place where a woman have all these rights to be liberated, even from their own men. So you're bringing them into a hole, into a pit. This scripture you brought out is cold. You've already digged a pit. Now you're going to bring these people over here thinking that they're going to stay away from all the temptation Babylon has. And let me tell you, hey, we've been over in Eastern Europe and different parts of that. Listen, they're some of the most liberated women already when it comes to being out there and all that. So it's not going to go like you think it's going to go, unless they plan to get rid of the threat, where there's no choice but for these young girls and women to deal with them. Let's go. You have another one, Elder?
Yes, sir. I'll read it. You can break it down.
Which one is it?
Psalms 57 and 6.
Psalms 57, verse 6. Yes, sir.
They have prepared a net for my steps. My soul is bowed down. They have digged a pit before me. In the midst thereof, or in the midst whereof, they are fallen themselves.
They have prepared a net for my steps. So they watch what we do and try to trap us up and criminalize everything we do. Right? So that now they can have the moral high ground to call us criminals or whatever. They have prepared a net for my steps. My soul is bowed down. They have digged a pit before me. Everything they did to destroy us. Into the midst whereof they are fallen themselves. That's cold-blooded. They have, I'm going to tell you, they have fallen themselves. They say, you know what we're going to do? This is what we're going to do. We're going to have a feminist movement. See? And even though the black women have experienced racism through white women since slavery, we're going to make the black girl believe that she has the same issues with her man than we have, than the white woman have with his man. Right? Mm-hmm. But then what we're going to do is give them access to freedom. And through that freedom, it'll destroy the black nuclear family that have opposed us in the civil rights. Right? And the white woman, Gloria Steinem, we don't have to worry about her exercising all of this because they hold the pressure of keeping the Jewish nation alive. That's why we state, even though it doesn't make any sense, that you're not Jewish unless you have a Jewish mother. So that puts what? That puts community pressure on her to stay lily white. So we'll just destroy the black people through liberation, and therefore we'll be able to thrive like the Waltons. That's what they thought. But then they opened the doors. They set the trap. Right? Mm-hmm. And this happened.
I think race mixing should be illegal. What do you mean? Like mixing races, like a black person, white person having children, like an Asian and a Mexican.
Yeah. Should it be illegal or legal?
Should it be legal or illegal?
Illegal.
Oh, no.
No.
Why not?
I love my chocolate man.
Everyone loves who they love. I mean.
So you're a mud shark?
Oh, what?
You're a mud shark?
A mud shark is crazy. No.
You said you like chocolate men.
Okay.
So you're a mud shark?
No. I like everybody, but I like my chocolate man.
Wait, why should race mixing be legal if the child is more likely to turn out?
That's a statistic?
Yes.
From what source?
You see the shaming? Why should you do that when it's 9 times out of 10 that the child is going to come out retarded? Now, what exactly do he know? Could it be what they're putting in our community to give to our children is causing some type of issues neurologically that leads to autism? Maybe, I don't think he's that smart though, but he probably have some insight to that they are doing things to damage the brains of black children. Right? So, but you know, this is the insecurity speaking.
Me looking around.
You looking around? Yeah. Very credible, I do have to say.
They are losing the numbers, and the women they want,
I think race mixing.
The women they want don't want them. A whole generation of women that they utilized for years as a minority group so that they can give us less. To buffer these women against us have left the farm. And by doing so, their women are bringing forth other nations. And in actuality, are key components in the erasure of the future Edomite race. This is real. And why is the Most High doing it? Because we don't have the power to fight ourselves. And this is why they push legislation, Planned Parenthood, and all these others, the Egyptian way. Let's go to Exodus 1, Elder. Right? Right? This is why they came up with that demon, Margaret Sanger, who was also a part of the plan with the Gates family before Bill Gates, the father of Bill Gates, which began Planned Parenthood to divide our families, to make it economically impossible for us to survive by separating our families. It was hard enough having two incomes together. So now, if you separate the families, if you have less income, then by default, you'll have to have less children because you can't afford them all. And they thought that it was only going to affect our people, but yet we still multiply. And folks, hence the reason why even Pharaoh got upset, right? When the Hebrews just kept multiplying. Let's read it real quick.
Yes, sir. You want to get straight to the point?
Let's go straight to the point when Pharaoh.
All right, verse 8. Now there arose up a new king over Egypt, which knew not Joseph. And he said unto his people...
Let's get it. Hold on. Exodus.
Yes, sir.
1. I'm on the wrong chapter. There it is.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Exodus 1 and 8. Now there arose up a new king over Egypt, which knew not Joseph. And he said unto his people, Behold, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we.
Read.
Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply. And it come to pass that when there falleth out any war, they join also unto our enemies and fight against us, and so get them up out of the land.
So get them up out of the land. So they got us out of the political positions. It tell you in the book of Jasher, they coaxed us to go into another part of Egypt to overlook a building project while they conspired against us. See? That means get the people out of the political positions that stand for their constituency. Hence the reason the Egyptian plan, they put immigrants in political positions who have no attachment politically to the people who built the country. See, get them out of the land. Get black people who came from chattel slavery out of positions, because they're going to do what? They're going to vie for their constituency. Now, if you get a person that comes from another country, they're not invested in helping these same people. Get them out of political position. That's your immigration, folks. That's why they got people who were born in other countries with clear accents in political positions over every inner city country. I mean, inner city, mostly over every inner city, every inner city in the United States, controlling things in city council. See how they do it? Because the people don't have an interest for the people. They were naturally born somewhere else. A lot of these politicians. Look at the guy that's running for mayor in New York right now, an Arab.
Right.
Get them out of the land.
11. And therefore they did set over them taskmasters to afflict them with their burdens. And they built for Pharaoh treasure cities, Pithom and Ramesses.
Now let's go down to where they talk to the nurses real quick. The midwives.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Verse number 12. But the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew, and they were grieved because of the children of Israel.
So the Egyptian Pharaoh and the Egyptians were upset because we continue to multiply, even though they were putting pressure on us. We continue to have children. Read.
And the Egyptians made the children of Israel to serve with rigor, and they made their lives bitter with hard bondage in mortar and in brick, and in all manner of service in the field. All their service wherein they made them serve was with rigor.
Read.
And the king of Egypt spake to the Hebrew midwives, of which the name of one was Shiphrah, and the name of the other Puah.
That's why you'll always have nurses and teachers. Right? Nurses, here you go right here, will administer the stuff or the program for depopulation. Teachers will always be in place for the indoctrination for the state as a form of control over the populations. All of that came from what? This is a script straight out of Egypt. Read.
16. And he said, when you do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew women, and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then ye shall kill him. But if it be a daughter, then she shall live.
And you've seen Kamal and them talking about we need to do something about the high mortality rates amongst the Hebrew women, the black women. Like, how is it that the most fertile women on earth are now the most fragile when it comes to having babies if they didn't do something to our women? So should we start looking into, probably allegedly, what's in the prenatals? Should we start looking in just to know? Should we start looking into the ultrasound and what effect that has? Should we start looking into when the doctor get them privately and start claiming that they found something and that the baby might not come to term and all that, and scare the woman, and through that fear alone, thinking that something is wrong with the baby, can probably cause miscarriages because she's being psychologically damaged by the doctor? Could it be? You're not supposed to put a stress on a woman during that time. So you give them certain news and all that. And then it says upon the stool. People are supposed to stand up. A girl's supposed to stand up like this so that gravity can take while having a baby. You're not supposed to be on your back. How can the baby come like that? Now the pain is on your back and she's just crying and screaming because you're torturing her for her staying on her back because the baby can't find a way out. Only to do what? Push surgery to her now and say, oh, the baby, yeah, you're not opening, so don't worry about it. Let's cut you open now. And now we can charge you for a surgery on top of this. When if you stand up, and it used to be a stool where the midwife be under, and gravity would have the baby come out. And they know this. That's how we were bringing forth, that's how we were helping our women birth children, even in slavery. We had a stool like that. You can't have a woman on her back having a baby. And it says, And then next thing you know, the woman screams and all. That's why they talking about high mortality of black women. How is our women are being treated differently than other women that are having babies in these hospitals? I need y'all to think about that. If it be a son, read it.
If it be a son, then ye shall kill him. But if it be a daughter, then she shall live.
And why am I going here before I turn it over? Why it says if it be a daughter, then she shall live? Because the daughter, if she mixed with an Egyptian, she will do what? She would, in essence, do what? Bring forth another race that will side with the Egyptians through blood. See? And the Israelites would become extinct because the woman is bringing forth another nation. Well, that's what Esau is suffering with right now. That's why they say, don't kill the daughter. Let the daughter stay alive, because if she deal with one of our Egyptian men, we can birth them out of existence. So we can still deal with the beautiful daughter of Zion. You know, she's beautiful. She's shapely, she's beautiful, but guess what? She'll be bringing us forth. Well, that's what Esau is dealing with right now, with his women choosing outside of him. See how this plan of killing our people have flipped on them? 17.
But the midwives feared God, and did not as the king of Egypt commanded them, but saved the men children alive.
But the midwife says, I'm not going to kill my boys. Without the boys, there's no nation. The men bring forth the seed. The men bring forth the determination between the X and Y chromosome on whether or not it's going to be a boy or a girl. Without the men, there is no nation. So this is the protocol that Esau implemented through eugenics with satanic Margaret Sanger and Bill Gates' father. And they've continued in the vein of attacking us and trying to control our births and all that, understanding that they're small amongst the nations, and the Most High has flipped it on them. He's saying, well, no, you think you're getting rid of our people. I'm going to have your daughters erase you by choosing other nations. Edomites are in their final fight for survival. And it is ramping up. Real quick, Elder Lawyer, you have anything to say before I bring in some of the messages here?
No, sir.
Okay.
Go straight to the messages.
We go straight to the messages. We have someone here in Canada. For the sake of edification, folks, again, and I have a few more announcements to make, and I thank you all for supporting the work, the cash apps and all that. I really appreciate that, and your continued donations to support the church. None of this would be possible without your help, so I'd like to thank you all for that. I got to make a few announcements, but again, okay, we have 647 who want to call in for this particular topic. Okay, 647, I'm going to call you in. Hold on, 647, I'm going to call you in. 1 second. No, there's 6. Let me see. Back. So leave a message, and what I'll do is I'll make sure I call. Leave a message, and I'll make sure I call, and it must be on topic. What say you? What say you about the insecure Edomites who are now dealing with the realization that they're being birthed out of existence for the evil they have done. Okay, and guess what? They're gonna have to repent and come back to the Most High. If you repent, there will be a remnant that will be preserved for the kingdom. It tells us that in Amos the 9th chapter, but they must repent. All right, let's go to, we're about to call in first. The 647 number. If you want us to call you, leave text this number on the screen down at the bottom of the screen, and we'll bring you in the order. We'll bring you in the order your message is received. One second. One second. Bear with me. One second, folks. For some reason, give me a minute. Menu. Let's go. Let me see where the messages are here. One second.
I think race.
One second. Let me see if I can get these messages. Okay, if you want to leave a message, 445-888-2759. All right. And what I'll do is I'll bring you in the order your message comes in at. One second. Now I'm calling back. If you don't answer, I'm going to the next call.
You have reached the voice.
All right. Well, let me see. View. There it is. Right there. That's the one I'm looking for. 646. $704. Oh my goodness. Let me put in the Zoom then.
Shalom.
Shalom, 901 area code. You're live with the Gathering of Christ Church. You have something to say on the topic?
Yes, I do. I was thinking about it from the other perspective. Since their birth rate is so low and the women that they have do not want them, so their men come to black women trying to make it to the hereafter.
Yeah, but it's still, see, here's the dichotomy that they deal with that. Either way, there's an erasure because the child 9 times out of 10 is going to take on the hue, the more dominant hue. And because of this, that particular child will automatically placed amongst the black population. Where now, when even that child get with someone that's black, it's going to continue the erasure either way.
Oh, okay.
Why? Because they automatically look down on mixed children. And I'm talking about the races like we're experiencing right here. Automatically, if there's a mixed child, they feel they throw them out to the black community because they have black blood. So even if they do it that way and deal with a black sister, the child is still going to be deemed black. And therefore, what happens?
Still non-existent.
She go to the black community or he goes to the black community, and eventually, through time, the Caucasian is erased.
Okay, thank you, brother.
Right?
Right.
Yeah, but there is a number of them because this is what they're keeping track of, who are getting with women who think like them to preserve the race and are taking fertility pills and all of this to have a lot of children. Okay, so they are doing their best to survive, but all in all, it's not working out like they planned it. Right? Let's go to the next message. Hold on. Okay, we got here. One second. All right. We're going to bring in the 646. 646, we're bringing you in. Six, 4, 6, and for those who would like to come in.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for calling.
Good evening. Your name?
I'm Simone. This is my first time actually coming across your channel, and I'm so glad I did because the topic that you're talking about right now, it is so fitting for this time that we're in, and I've tried so hard to share the information. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, I can.
Let me have your name. Where you from?
Simone. My name is Simone.
Okay, now I take it. Are you Caucasian?
No, I'm not.
Okay, I know.
Yeah.
From people say that when they hear you over the phone. Where you from?
Yeah. So I'm from New York City.
And your family?
You know what? Let me pause this because I'm hearing myself repeated.
Oh yeah. If y'all gonna come in, brothers and sisters, please make sure you mute the live.
Right. I just did that. Okay, wonderful. So
where you from?
First of all,
your family.
Oh, my family, New York City as well.
No, I'm talking about your family, your race, your nationality. What are you?
Oh, okay. Black. African American, black.
You are black. All right, talk to me. And you said this was the first time you heard this broadcast?
Yes. I've never come across it before, but I'm certainly a person that listens to different lives with other people of color, especially African Americans. And but I'm so glad I came across this because the topic that you're talking about today, it's so vital and so important. I do want to say one of the things that you were saying a few minutes ago, you were referring to nurses, having a lot of nurses and educators, right? And my background, I actually have a master's in education, special ed and general ed. And one of the things I do want to say about that is that a lot of the classifications that are given, oftentimes when it comes to people of color, especially blacks, usually emotional disturbed, which is a classification in special education, it's given to black males. And according to research, that's not on purpose. One of the reasons why they like doing that is because black males, number one, they want to give us this impression that our boys are difficult, they do not want to learn, they just want to misbehave. And in actuality, the experiences that I've had working with children is that they're extremely intelligent, and the research shows that as well. Even ADHD classification, children who are classified as ADHD, research shows that they have above average IQ. Okay, listen to that. And one of the things that people don't realize is that when it comes to the healthcare system, right? And I have to be very careful of what I say because we already know there's a lot of censoring going on. The healthcare system, they intentionally target the minority neighborhoods, the black neighborhoods especially, and they push, what are they pushing all the time? I don't even know if I should say this word, but they push
shots.
The jab. They push the shots, right? Well, guess what happens with those shots? It increases the chances of getting, we know what, the different types of disabilities that are out there right now, especially autism.
Allegedly, but go ahead.
Allegedly. Okay, so allegedly. All right. So one of the things that we have to also realize.
Okay. I'm gonna let you talk because I know this is your field, and I'm so glad to have someone that's from that field to give their insight.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Let me ask you. So, are you still currently working as an educator?
So I don't. I work actually on the business side.
Okay, on the business side. So this is what I'm going to ask you now.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that this was actually happening while you were working, but probably had to stay silent about it?
So I actually started to learn more about this in grad school. And I went to grad school in New York City, okay? And as we know, you may not be aware, New York City has the highest percentage of special education students receiving special education support in the country.
Yeah, but this is what I'm asking you in specific, though.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. While you were actually tending to these children, do you know that the bureaucracy to get them on this stuff and all that was causing the same issues?
I started to learn as I went along, right? Because there are a lot of things you don't really know in the moment, but over time.
But when did you? Was there any time at the time that you were working for them that you began to put two and two together?
I would say no. I started to realize this after I came out of the classroom and I started to pursue the business side of it. And that's when I started to listen to other resources, independent resources, because a lot of this stuff is not readily available to you, right? So you're not going to hear it in the schools. It's oftentimes you hear it.
So let me ask you this, because since you've been there, why do you think that people are ignorant to what's going on while being there? You would think that you're on the ground, you're dealing with the children every day, that someone there would put two and two together. So do you think that it's some sort of indoctrination that have you believe in what they're doing?
I think so. And the stress that teachers are put under, it's really difficult for you to, number one, be effective at the pressures that you're being put under in the administration. They put a lot of stress on you to do a lot of testing and all of those things, which we know based on research that all those testing allegedly is not actually helping children to learn. And it's being done on purpose to confuse the teachers, because each time they change the curriculum, you have to learn new information. And so it becomes difficult for teachers to keep up with all the changes, because practically every year the curriculum changes. And every year you have to learn something new.
So what do you think? What do you think about, if you don't mind, let me have your name. What's your name?
Simone. Yes, Simone.
I'm sorry about that. You told me earlier.
Oh, yeah, that's okay.
Simone,
yes, okay.
Simone, I'm going to let you flow, but if you don't mind, I'm going to call you separate from this so that I can do an interview with you, right? If you don't mind that?
No, I don't mind at all.
All right. Because also we're putting together a school for the church members throughout the earth.
Oh, wow. That's great.
A homeschool program with no indoctrination.
Wow.
Morally based. And I'm sure your insight can help us with that.
Oh, absolutely. I would love that opportunity because we need to help our people.
And we're gonna this will begin this September.
Oh, wow. Okay.
All right. So I'm gonna make an announcement for people out there, but this is what I need to know from you. Right? Obviously, the boys are under attack in the schools. You recognize that.
Absolutely.
All right. What about the legislation when it comes to LGBTQ and all these others? Why aren't parents, especially our people, fighting back with this jailhouse type of program that they have placed in the schools? Because when you look at the jailhouse, it's the same thing. It's you got the gays bullying other people. You got people are broken down in factions and all of that. And the dean becomes the principal, and it makes the children. I remember when going to school was a breath of fresh air. It was an excitement to go into school when we went to school.
Oh yeah.
But now the children, it seems like the children are being tortured psychologically, tortured there. So what is your take on the LGBTQ thing, and why isn't there enough pushback with those that are working in the schools? I'm talking about the adults.
Oh my gosh. That's a mouthful of a question. I will say, based on all the censoring and what I feel like it's more comfortable to share, because obviously we don't know who's listening. I will say that, number one, teachers are being attacked. Okay. And teachers who do not support
give me an example of a teacher being attacked. What do you mean by that?
So what I mean by that is that if you do not agree with the policies that are being pushed, you are literally being targeted and you will lose your job. And this is actually going on, especially in the public schools. The private schools, a lot of them are a little bit less pushing that agenda. They're not pushing that agenda as much, but the public schools are. And so I have seen, not personally physically there in the schools because I do not teach, like I said, I'm on the other side of it, so I get to see it from at a distance, right? And one of the things that are going on is that teachers, if they don't agree with calling a child based on what that child's supposed gender is, not what they're born with, they are literally being threatened and that they could lose their jobs. And in some cases that has happened. And I've heard it from colleagues who are in the school.
But wouldn't it be a thing where if everyone rallied together under one union to fight and say, listen, and bring public attention to this, that we're not, because castration of children and blocking them, that's a serious public form of abuse.
Yeah, but they don't see it that way. And I think we have to realize the spiritual aspect behind it. So first of all, we have to realize this is a spiritual battle, right? Ephesians 6 verses 10 through 18 talks about that we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but principalities and powers and rulers of this dark world.
Yeah.
That is really what we're fighting. We're not fighting physical people. The people who are moving, or let's say the ones who are pushing these agendas, they literally are controlled by Satan. They are literally controlled.
So in actuality, I gotta go because I'm going to put you on hold and call you. But in actuality, they placed Satanists in positions over schools.
There you go, and they're the ones in charge. They're the ones writing the policies. I'm telling you, they're the supervisors, they're the principals, they're the administrators, they're the superintendents. I mean, for crying out loud, they're politicians. Why do we see so many people of color on wrongfully charged, abused, all of that?
I want to straighten out one thing before you go. We do take offense of that political term, black and brown and people of color, because they've used these terms to undermine our people.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
Okay. I'm just putting it out there. We talk without even knowing it.
Yeah.
We are the children of Israel. We ain't doing this black and brown thing, because next thing you know, you got China people down there from Chinatown, and they'll come in as a black and brown person, even though they got their own thing going, and take money from our people who built the country, and they had no hand in building this.
You're absolutely
so
right.
that's
You're
why,
absolutely right. You're absolutely
sister,
right.
you are very informative, and I want to bring you on Patreon and have a whole conversation with you if you don't mind.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. I'll be more than happy to. And while just 1 minute to share these resources that I really have learned a lot from, that I believe will be useful for your listeners. They're such eye openers. The first one, Pastor Stephen Darby. Don't know if you ever heard of him. Really powerful man of God. Unfortunately, he's no longer here, but his videos are still literally just waking people up. His video, the evil star, what is it called? The evil star. The evil star. Listen to that video. It's an eye opener about why we have this whole thing going on over there in that part of the world right now. And who the real people of God are. Right?
We are.
No, right.
We can get that right here. But I knew Steve Darby.
So that video is very, very informative. Also, the Revelations of Jesus Christ. The World is a Stage, parts 1 through 4. Parts 1 through 4. Great eye openers about different ways that we're being deceived at the very, very top all the way down. And his videos, he's a pastor and he makes these documentaries. They're on YouTube as well. So Pastor Stephen Darby, the Evil Star. Also, he has another video called The Exodus.
Well, sister, let's just do this. Because I understand Steve Darby. I hope to see him again because I know he's with the Most High. But we just want to put out there, type in Pastor Steve Darby and look at his stuff because, hey, he do be dropping it. Thank you, sister.
Yes, thank you so much. Much.
Thank you.
Take care. All right, take care. All right, okay, bye.
Yes, how you doing? Simeon Donnelly, how are you?
Donnelly, how you doing, Elder?
You've been on before. You the brother that was seeking to run for office over there in Georgia, correct?
Right, I'm tapped to run for office. I'm still on campaign trail. That's not a problem. We're still doing it. The election is 2026.
No, that's what I'm saying. You're the brother that came on a few weeks ago, and I mean a few months ago about you're running on the campaign, right?
Correct. I'm currently chief of staff. So I'm currently basically technically in office at the current moment as a chief under the state representative.
Okay, so what in particular you'd like to add to the conversation this evening?
Well, I want to add to the conversation was something that you said when you was talking about the baby food and the baby formulas and things of that capacity, and should we start looking into things like ultrasounds and the frequencies, with the ultrasound as the frequency go into the fetus at a small age, at a small stage, right? That is very true. One thing we should absolutely look at is an Infamil, which is what I just sent you over. Infamil was sued for $60 million out of the state of Illinois because of a parent was feeding their children the Infamil, and he started giving them intestinal diseases, and they ended up killing the kid.
Hold on, let me because I don't like to bring up stuff that's not confirmed. So
you can pull it out. I text it to you. You got to look at the.
No, stick with me, brother. Stick with me. Take your time. I'm not going nowhere. You got all the time in the world. But when we bring up something, right? I don't want this channel to get dinged because we're saying something with that's not. So you say something with Infamil.
Yeah, Infamil was sued in the state of Illinois for $60 million.
Okay, one moment. And Illinois?
Yes, sir. State of Illinois.
Okay, let me look at this. Okay, let me pull it up. Reuters. So I'm just going to report this, right here, so that everyone can see it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to report it. All right, and thanks for bringing it to our attention because this is
no worries. This is what I do, my brother. Walgreens was sued too.
Okay, let me read it. Let me read it. From Reuters, record unit hit with $60 million verdict in Infamil baby formula case in Illinois. All right, let me read it so our people understand what we're up against here. And really, sisters are supposed to be breastfeeding their children. Okay, that's the best milk for the baby is being made specifically for the baby. So I don't know what's going on in a nation of being lazy at this point, where we don't give God's milk to God's children. All right.
But we'll drink it out of a cow, though, right?
Yeah, but I'm just saying it's okay. Raw milk and all that is good. Goat's milk is good, but the best milk is the mother's milk. It helps the brain and all of that. As far as that's why they don't want you doing it, because some of the smarter children were breastfed. Let me read this. An Illinois jury has ordered Reckitt Benckiser.
Yeah, they're the owner of. They're the owner.
Okay, Unit Mead Johnson to pay $60 million. Let me get it here. To the mother of a premature baby who died of an intestinal disease after being fed the company's Enfamil baby formula.
Telling you, man.
And you know what? You know what's deep about this?
What you got?
You don't see them promoting or putting this out there like they should concerning this. It's as if it just went away. March 15, 2024, this was reported, and you would think they would make a public announcement like they did when they came on the news and told everybody that there was a cold out there that we must take a shot to contend with. Why this is $6 million verdict. I don't want to hear. We don't want to hear about how many bottles of baby oil Diddy had. What about this? This is the baby. $60 million. So that means, $60 million means, brother, that they found that there was some fault with the company, or they would not have paid it.
Consistent fault.
Okay, go ahead.
That's breach of fiduciary. That's breach of fiduciary duties. That's breach of fiduciary. That's everything. That's your shareholders. Another lawsuit too. As we start looking at the kids and what literally what variables the kids have to battle ever since. I mean, from the moment of conception, they have to battle frequencies from the ultrasound. Then when they're born, they have to battle this Enfamil. Then as they develop, you can also pull this up too, Elder. The lawsuit against Kellogg's. Texas sued Kellogg's. These are the cereal.
Okay.
Right? Back to those dyes.
Okay, what happened to Kellogg's? What's happening to Kellogg's?
Kellogg's getting sued right now by the state of Texas because they found out that the ingredients in Kellogg's is killing the kids.
That's you know what I do here. We're not going to make we're not going to make no assertions. We're not going to make nothing that can harm this channel. We read their news.
Go for it, because I'm using that same lawsuit against a company right now in the state of Georgia. Okay. I just picked up off of Texas.
Okay, I'm looking at it right now. Hold tight. I
have fun suing companies.
Stick with me, brother, because we're trying to be informative. We're trying to help these people understand what they must avoid.
Yes, sir.
Ken Paxton, Attorney General of Texas. Attorney General Ken Paxton announces investigation into Kellogg's for potentially breaking the law after falsely claiming to remove unhealthy artificial dyes. And I think a lot of these dyes have been connected to cancer, like the yellow dye and different dyes. They were supposed to take it out because they've been shown a direct link that it's carcinogenic or can lead to cancers. Hold up now. It's giving us some of the cereals: Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Frosted Flakes, Rice Krispies. In its marketing, Kellogg's has advertised its products as healthy, yet some of its cereals are filled with petroleum-based artificial food colorants that have been linked to hyperactivity, so they can claim your child has ADHD or some crap. Obesity, this is why the obesity rates are going through the roof. Autoimmune disease. Look at this. So they can diagnose your kid with something and claim it's your fault, your child. And it is you feeding your child a bowl of cereal.
And then
endocrine-related health problems and cancer in those who consume them. Thank you for that, brother. You have anything else to say before I bring in the next person?
Oh, yes, sir. So I'll just let you know, in the battle, when it comes to how we dealing with and protecting the citizens on the political world, I mean, granted, you do have some individuals in politics, right, who does not follow the word. They don't. In my area, like I said before, I don't care what anybody else does. Me in my house, and any legislation or any battle that we do is going to always be for the Lord, right? So these lawsuits that are really coming down, the lawsuit against JP Morgan Chase, the lawsuit against Cash App, the lawsuit against Bank of America, all of these lawsuits, these are the distractions. You see, they got y'all looking at these people over here, the entertainers, but you got your apartment complex is probably in a lawsuit right now. That's FEC versus Greystar, right? These people own over $1 million worth of apartments, right? But what they're doing is kicking these citizens out of their apartments. And again, all of these companies that I just named, and this is just some, they're all run by the private prison systems.
You're speaking pretty fast, but let me get this. So what you're saying is a lot of these evictions that are going on is against the American citizens to replace them with the people that came in from the outside.
What I'm saying is Greystar currently is the private prison systems own a lot of these apartment complexes, right? So what they're doing is they're kicking citizens out, like you saw in Africa when they was doing it during the COVID. They're kicking the citizens out of their apartments illegally now, ahead of the 2026 World Cup, right? So obviously, individuals are going to come in, be able to take over these now vacant apartments, right? State of Georgia passed a law today.
So when you say people would be able to come in, that's a little ambiguous. When you say people, what people?
Okay, so in the immigrants, people can now move into the country. I mean, you now have all of these vacant apartments now. You see? All right. All of this, like you said, they are systematic and they are all connected. All of these companies that are being sued right now they are literally connected to the private prison systems, BlackRock. Another thing I'm going to take off, please follow the Walgreens lawsuit. If y'all been paying attention, Walgreens are closing around the nation. Why? They have been sued. Come to find out, they were selling the citizens when you went to go pick up that high blood pressure medicine for your grandma.
I told you how we got to do this, brother. I mean, work with me here. I got a channel to preserve here, my brother.
Listen, you need to come. You and Illinois, y'all need to come to the Capitol with me, man. Listen.
I will come to the Capitol and visit you. Okay,
you have to.
Walgreens shutting down.
Look at Walgreens lawsuit.
Walgreens, thank you. Just say Walgreens, brother. I'm trying to preserve this channel so you can call in again, okay?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, Walgreens. There's a way we have to do this. There's rules with this stuff.
It's the political.
It's enough they got us stuck on 130,000 subscribers for the last 4 years, right? Hold on, Walgreens.
The Democrats might be mad at you because listening to this channel, man, I switched parties. So, hey, it's all God over here.
Hey, brother, as long as you representing us and doing what you do in there, brother, my prayer is for you. And
I always take care of my people first.
My brother. And make sure
nobody even think about this.
Listen, what you have to do if you are in that political arena, when you know that there's politicians saying one thing publicly, but behind closed doors they're working against our interests, you got to put them on blast.
Oh, I enjoy it. So
put them on blast.
Can you tell the people how much money the Walgreens had to pay? Because they're gonna love it when they hear from you.
Okay, here it is right here.
How much?
Office of Public Affairs. So
I want you to read it from the Justice Department.
Walgreens agrees to pay up to $350 million for illegally filing unlawful opioid prescriptions and for submitting false claims to the federal government.
A lot of us. $350 million.
And you know
how many people do you think got killed?
Hey, brother, let me tell you this. You know what Trump is doing, right?
In which capacity?
All those cats that went after him, and
Yep.
and they were behind closed doors making all these deals with the private corporations, the NGOs, and all these
Yep.
others. He's bringing all of that to the
All of them down.
forefront. All their payola, where they were getting money as career politicians, is getting exposed. I'm telling you right now. So no sooner as he got back in the office, he started going after all of their back pocket money.
You know what? Okay, last one. I promise.
Last
I'll
one.
leave.
Come on, last one.
United Healthcare lawsuit. The United Healthcare insurance lawsuit. Put up this one, and this is why that is so important. The United Healthcare was the healthcare that was providing health insurance to the citizens in the prison systems. You get it?
Yeah.
So all of those citizens, the highest rate that's killing my citizens in the prison systems is cancer. Why are citizens dying of cancer with health insurance? 75% of the citizens are dying of health insurance. Of cancer, but they got health insurance. Why is that? Well, the federal government turned around and sued United Healthcare. Right? And you can pull that up too.
I have it. All right, well, hey, brother, do me a favor.
Anything.
Text me. You got my number?
No, sir. I got Elder Lawyer number and Bishop Baruch.
Text Elder Lawyer your number. I'm gonna call you up tomorrow. I got to talk to you, young man.
Okay, yes, sir. No worries.
I got a plan. All right, Thawada.
Yes, sir. Okay, I'm with the plan. Let's do it. All right. Thank you, sir.
Blessings. All right, we have a few. You can let yourself out on Zoom. Thank you, brother. Very well-spoken, intelligent brother who's working in politics. And hey, as long as you're doing what's right for us, that's all praise be to the Most High. I'm about to call in this particular number real quick. Hold tight, and then we'll bring in. We have two people waiting on Zoom. 1 second. (615) area code. You said you would like to chime in. Okay. For those who don't know.
Yo, hello?
Yeah, you wanted to come in. Hold tight. Let me make this announcement real quick. First of all, I would like to give gratitude to all the elders, bishops, deacons, and officers and their wives who work nonstop with the church to keep the church afloat. And all the volunteers of GOCC worldwide, actually, for their ongoing support and dedication to this work. Your contributions are truly appreciated. We are pleased to announce the upcoming launch of the GOCC I Am Royal Academy. It'll be absolutely free for our children. Christ-centered homeschooling program for grades 1 through 12, starting in September mid-2025. Accessible to GOCC members globally all over the earth. So if you have a child between the ages, go to grades 1 through 12, you're a part of the church, your children can do this absolutely free. This online program will provide teacher-led lessons in core subjects such as reading, math, science, and language arts, alongside additional skills and including music, gardening, economics, and health, emphasizing faith, integrity, and educational excellence. We are currently seeking interest from parents, students who are interested in enrolling in this. Volunteers, teachers, and staff who wish to join the mission. We aim to make a formal announcement locally this coming Sabbath, and we'll provide more details on the new website coming shortly. So it will be announced to all the churches, but if you have children that are in school and you don't want them to deal with this crazy indoctrination, what we're going on, there's an alternative that's absolutely free. All right. And for those that are in these fields and would like to volunteer their time, soon we have a website and we'll tell you how to enroll and be a part of this in helping our children. All right. Also, the Hebrew Bible Academy is in progress with week 4 recently completed. Okay. If you have not enrolled, you can currently enroll by going to historytimes.org. Brothers and sisters in the academy, make sure you stay in because we have a lot of lessons, brand new lessons that we haven't touched on yet. We have Dr. Goodman coming on who will teach us the healing of the body through food. Raphael Bush, the former NFL player, he's going to show us how to exercise, new exercises, and how to overcome obesity through making exercise a regular, detailed practice in our lives on a regular basis. All right, we have a roundtable discussion on family. It's going to be deep because I have some videos going on. Can men step up, and will women back the men who step up? We're going to talk about that. Is submission a problem for either side? Is there a problem with women submitting to men, and why? And is there a problem with men submitting to God? And if so, why? We're going to have that conversation. Hollywood guest, we're going to have Dennis L.A. White, a Hollywood guest, who's going to give us the insight of the rituals that happens within Hollywood. So you'll understand what's really going on with P. Diddy outside of what they're talking about. Right? Are these ritualistic parties a part of being in the elite circles? And what are they really about? And what type of gates are they opening up against our people? Well, we have one in Hollywood. He's going to come and be a special guest, a sit-down discussion in the academy. So, of course, we're going to be putting pieces of this up online and all that. But all in all, this is what we get in the academy. It's more than just a Bible class. It's way more than that, okay? It's the most fun you'll ever have learning the Bible. We got the Hebrew, how you can learn the Hebrew one-on-one. We got news like nothing else on earth, and uncensored and unfiltered. Hey, the academy is the place. And if you wish to be a part of this, go to historytimes.org. Okay, 615 area code. What say you?
Oh, hey, it's my first time hearing about you. I seen you in the algorithm came through. I didn't get to hear the whole thing, but I heard some of it.
Do you have anything to say? Because you said you wanted to come in on the topic. Anything in particular?
Well, what I heard, I don't remember the whole topic, but what I heard you was talking about like Esau. So I had a question like, do you know? I heard people debate about who Esau is, and in different ones. It's like because they say he had an issue with like he didn't preserve his DNA, so every time he conquered, because they mastering weapons, and every time he conquered someone, he'll mix with them.
Okay.
And I'm like, are they mixed up? Or are they?
Okay. Are you telling me what people are debating and are saying, or what the Bible is saying?
Well, they pull out what the Bible is saying, and then it's conflicting.
No, it's not conflicting, right? Do you have a Bible with you?
Yes.
Okay. Open up your Bible, right? Or if you have one on your phone, go to Genesis 25.
Okay, hold on. Genesis 25.
Genesis 25, because see, they can't debate this. That's why they don't mess with us. Okay, they out there with that nonsense. Okay, they can't debate me on this because I have the facts. All right. All right. So again, this is not even open to debate. Right. Because if God have all nations in the earth, and we can identify every nation, no one argued that the Arabs are Ishmaelites. Why is there only ambiguity with the two main characters of the Bible, Jacob and Esau?
Right.
Everybody else can be identified now. And that's intentional. Okay.
Right.
They don't talk about Jacob because they know we are Jacob, or they try to make it ambiguous. And they don't talk about Esau because they're Esau. And if you knew who Esau was, you would understand what's behind their policies. You will understand their mind they have against us. Right? So they hide themselves. Right? And I'm going to show you this. Go to Genesis 25.
Right?
Yeah. and go to Genesis 21. Read that.
21. I'm on the internet right now, but it said, "And Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife because she was barren, and the Lord was entreated of him, and Rebekah his wife conceived."
Hold right there. Hold right there, all right? One moment.
Uh-huh.
One moment. All right, thank you for your patience here. Right?
Uh-huh.
So here it is. Isaac prayed to the Most High and she had a baby, right? She conceived. She got pregnant, right?
Yeah.
All right. Now, go down to the 22nd verse.
Uh-huh.
Read it.
"And the children struggled together within her, and she said, If it be so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of the Lord."
She went to talk to the Most High. Read.
Right.
Read it.
"And the Lord said unto her, Two nations are in thy womb, and two manner of people shall be separate from thy bowels, and the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger."
So it's meant for the elder to serve the younger, right?
Yes, and Esau's the elder, right?
He's the elder. Read it. It'll tell you.
Okay. "And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red all over like in hairy garment, and they called his name Esau."
So he came out red from head to toe. I got a picture here, right? A picture here showing the CEO that was so-called shot down or whatever the case is as an example, right? And as you can, if you see on the screen, he is not white. The page behind him is white. He's red. That's an identifier. That's a marker for Edomites, right? The first came out red all over. That means from head to toe, like a hairy garment. And his name was called Esau, right?
Right.
Keep on.
Okay.
26.
"And after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold on Esau's heel, and his name was called Jacob. And Isaac was 80 years old when she bare them."
Okay, then let's deal with a few attributes. Read the 27th verse.
"And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field, and Jacob was a plain man dwelling in tents."
So who all be out there outdoors and taking buck heads and putting it on their walls and all these others?
Is pretty much Esau, because he's like mountain man.
No, yes, I'm saying there's certain attributes that point directly to one people, right?
Well,
and then when you go down to the 28th verse, right? Now, of course, that's not exclusive to them because other people can hunt, but there's more to it, right?
Uh-huh.
When Jacob was sod and pottage, Esau said, "Feed me, I pray thee, with that same red pottage." Right?
Right.
Let's read it.
You said 28?
No, go down.
29?
Read 28.
Oh, 28. "And Isaac loved Esau because he did eat of his venison, and Rebekah loved Jacob. And Jacob sod pottage, and Esau came from the field, and he was faint. And Esau said to Jacob, Feed me, I pray thee, with that same red pottage, for I am faint. Therefore was his name called Edom."
Therefore his name was called Edom, rare food. We don't eat rare food. Okay?
Right.
Now that's another thing that usually point to Esau, who eats blood, right? Now, hold that. Now, people can say, well, any nation can be that. That is correct. But now, this is how we drill down on it now, right? Jacob took hold of Esau's heel, right? Coming out.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So that symbolized something according to prophecy. When you go to 2nd Ezra 6 and 8, right? It reads, and it said unto me, and he said unto me, from Abraham unto Isaac, when Jacob and Esau were born of him, Jacob's hand held first the heel of Esau. For Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth. So it's telling us, according to the prophets, that Esau will be ruling in the end of the world.
Right. But so when you say right there, when you say the ruling of the world, like we look at the people that's running the world, we see that of course it ain't none of us Negroes, but these different people that's like running the world, it's like different military power. It's a lot of different people, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but
are they all Esau?
Okay. When you see, you're talking about front people, right? So what I'm doing here is I'm going to show you once I'm finished that there's no wiggle room concerning who's Esau.
Okay.
It's not even.
Go ahead.
I'm just giving you a foundation.
Right.
But I'm going to show you some things you can't argue with at all. Okay.
Cool.
That hits the bullseye. Okay. Now, but I'm showing you this. Now, when you go to Genesis 27, go there.
And the boys grew. And
No. Stick with me.
Okay, go.
27, and we're going to go to a scripture that I went to earlier, showing the blessing Esau received from who? From his father Isaac. Right? Now, let's go here and let's start at the 39th verse.
You said the 39th?
27, 39. 27th chapter, 39th verse.
Okay, 27th chapter, 39th verse. Okay, it said, and Isaac his father answered and said unto him, behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth and the end of the dew of heaven from above.
Keep on.
And by thy sword shall thou live, and shall serve thy brother, and it shall come to pass when thou shalt have dominion.
When thou shalt have what?
Dominion.
So obviously Isaac is giving Esau insight to his future children, that they would have dominion in the earth, right?
Okay.
There's only 4 dominions that are shown in the book of Daniel. You know what those 4 dominions are?
What's that?
The Babylonian Assyrian Empire, the Persian Medo Empire, which is Iran, the Greeks and the Romans. Those are the 4 beasts.
Okay.
So if they're going to have dominion according to a prophecy in the Bible, we have to point to the dominions in the Bible to identify Esau. So if Esau is the end of the world, he would have to be the Greeks and Romans. See?
Right. Yeah, because Babylon and Persian already passed.
Thank you. Now, you're learning something, young man. Now stick with me. We're going to really drill down on it now. We're going to bring in names for you. Okay? Let's go to Genesis 36.
It's 36. Hold on.
Let's now go to Genesis 36.
All right.
Read the first verse.
Hold on. I'm trying to skip through it. Is it 32? 34. Hold on a second.
Take it down. Take it down.
You said the first verse in 36?
The 36th chapter in the first verse.
Okay. So now these are the generations of Esau, who is Edom.
So now, this is how you figure out who's Edom, not by what people are talking about.
Okay.
Right? Because these are Esau's descendants right here. Right?
Okay.
Right? So let's kill the ambiguity. Esau went to Mount Seir and took the daughters of Canaan.
These Canaanites were leprous Canaanites, which is white from head to toe. That's why when we went into Israel on our way into the wilderness, they told us how to cleanse leprosy out of the land. See? Because these Canaanites were leprous. These were the children Esau mixed with in the caves of Mount Seir. Right? Now let's get some names here. Let's get some names. Right? I need you to go right here to the 8th verse.
Says, well, Esau and Mount Seir. Esau is Edom.
Esau is Edom, right? That's a nation. Because the Bible says he told Rebekah, 2 nations are in thy womb. So you'd have the Israelites who would come through Jacob and the Edomites who would come through who? Esau.
Esau.
All right. Read the 9th verse.
And these are the generations of Esau, the father of the Edomites in Mount Seir.
Now, let's look at his children. Go, and guess what? They're the Neanderthal man. They're the cavemen. This ain't no 100 million years ago. When you go down to the 20th verse, read that.
These are the sons of Seir, the Horite, who inhabit the land Lotan, Shobal.
No. The children of Seir in the land of Edom. When you go into the Greek right here, the 21st verse, and I'm going to go here, it tell you the beginning of the cavemen. They were cavemen in Mount Seir. When you go into the Horites who were there and they mixed children with them also, it says cave dweller or troglodyte. An aboriginal Idumean. So when you remember Idumean, you'll understand through the bloodlines that will come into our current time by following history. Are you following me here?
Okay, yeah.
All right. So now, let's go back up. That's when they became cave dwellers. It wasn't 100 million years ago. They was dwelling in Mount Seir. Right? Now, when you go, let's go back up now. Right? Let's go back up and let's identify some of Esau's children who would gain power in the earth. Right? Read the 15th verse.
These were dukes of the sons of Esau, the sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn son of Esau, Duke Taman, Duke Amar, Duke Zepho, and Duke Kenaz.
Okay, now in order for us to save time, we're going to track one of Esau's sons. You ready to do it?
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at Zepho here, right? And we know that he's an Edomite that was born in Mount Seir, part Canaanite, correct?
Right, okay, yeah.
And we know that Esau is red, correct?
Yes.
All right. So now let's start tracking using Zepho, right? Now, let's do this, right? Let's do this real quick. Let's go to Joshua 10 and 13. Joshua 10 and 13, young man.
And 13 says, and the sun stood still, and the moon stayed until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies. Is not this written in the book of Jasher? So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven and has not to go down about a whole day.
So here it is. Here's a story that was shown to Joshua concerning a book called The Upright Ones that the Bible refers to as the book of Jasher. Do you know they found the book of Jasher and translated it out of its original tongues? The records pre-flood that led all the way up past the time we went into Israel. Have you ever heard of the book of Jasher?
I heard it in the Apocrypha.
No, book, no, it's not in the Apocrypha.
It's not in there.
It's not in the Apocrypha. You're gonna learn something here.
I've heard that. I've heard that name.
All
but
right.
I thought it was one of those.
All right.
I know the
okay. Then what we're gonna do though? Go to 2 Samuel 1:18.
Mm-hmm.
2 Samuel 1:18.
Okay. Hold on.
Take your time. 2 Samuel 1:18.
Oh, this thing's still acting funny.
Don't worry about it. I'll read it for the sake of time.
Okay.
Also, he bade them teach the children of Judah the use of the bow. Behold, it is written in the book of Jasher. So here it is, two references to a book that the prophets understood, that even Joshua, Moses, all of them understood about this book, which is more records of the Hebrew, which the Bible speaks of. Now, the reason why they don't want you reading this in the Christian church is because it began to track Esau once he left Mount Seir. Right? Now, check this out. I have the original book of Jasher referred to Joshua and 2 Samuel, translated from the original Hebrew into English, which was published in 1887. Remember Esau's grandson Zepho?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go to Jasher, the 61st chapter, and see if I can find this guy and see where he went. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you go here, young man, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you go to Jasher, the 61st chapter, it tells us, same names you find. Zepho, the son of Eliphaz, from Genesis 36. Captain of the host of Angius, king of Dinabah, was still daily enticing Angius to prepare battle to fight the sons of Jacob in Egypt. So while we're in Egypt, he was aligning themselves with the African countries to try to come, the Hamites to try to come against us. There you go, right there. Now check this out. Where did he go? Where did Zepho go? Because Angie is like, I'm not messing with those guys. Their God will crush me. So what did Zepho do? Well, I'm in the 12th verse now. And when Zepho, the son of Eliphaz, saw that Angius despaired of going forth to battle with the Egyptians, Zepho fled from Angius, from Africa, and he went in and came unto Kittim. Kittim is Cyprus. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And he brought a lot of people with him. It's not him going by himself. They gave him land and all of that because he was helping the militaries. Now, do you know that I went to Cyprus? I lived there for a while. And don't you know that Zepho right now is among the tombs of the kings? He's buried in Ayanapa, Cyprus. So these guys, they can't debate anything. They don't know what they're talking about. I know where the guy's buried. And you know, guess what? Even though Zepho is an Edomite, don't you know he's chronologized amongst the kings as one of their kings? As if he was born in Greece. See? Okay. Are you following me here?
Yeah. Okay.
So he was able to hide himself in history, but the Bible tracks him. Right? So when you hear about the god Janus, after Zepho died, they immortalized him amongst the pantheon of gods and called him Janus. Janus is being worshipped in Greece till this day. This is Esau's grandson. Now, young man, okay, that's how he became a European. It's not that he was born in Europe. So just because you can find him in Europe doesn't mean he's from Japheth. Now, a lot of people don't want to go into this because they're going to admit that they have to admit that they was wrong. Tear down the garbage they teaching and learn again. That's why they argue. Now, there's more. Stick with me here, right? So where did he go? Where did he go? Look at this. Where did he go? Eventually, he took down this beast, and they made him a king for saving the villages over there. Right? King Zepho. Now he's a king now over in Cyprus, in the Greek islands. He went at their head and they made war with Tubal and islands. So Esau now is warring against Tubal, the sons of Japheth. That's how they got there. They used a sword and destroyed the Japhites in the area. Tubal is one of the sons of Japheth. Japheth are Asians. And they subdued them. And when they returned from the battle, they renewed his government for him. And they built for him a very large palace for his royal habitation and seat. This is the seat of the Vatican. He's the first pope of Satan. The Vatican today isn't the throne of Peter. It's the throne of Zepho. The bloodlines would sit on the Pope's throne. Okay? This is the Vatican. How do we know it's the Vatican? And they made a large throne for him, and Zepho reigned over the whole land of Kittim and over the land of Italy. Italia, 50 years. So I know how they got there. And there was a gate. This guy was a top warlock. He learned magic and all of that from Mount Seir and opened up a gate. Satan directed him in Italy. And that gate is still open with the Vatican today, where Satan comes in and speaks to them. The Vatican is the seat of Esau, the throne of Esau. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. So now there's more, young man. There is more. You got the right one right now. Okay? We just came out of a lesson. Who's Esau? And guess what? Even the Jewish encyclopedia, young man, the Jewish people tell you that they're Esau. They'll tell you. Look at this. The Jewish encyclopedia, Idumea. Didn't we read cave dweller Idumea in the book of Genesis, the 36th chapter in the Hebrew? Yeah. In the Jewish encyclopedia. This is in their encyclopedia. I got a whole stack of them from the early 1900s downstairs right now that Shawan put in my truck. And they tell you what? Look at this. Type in Rome and it says what? It says what? Look at what it says. The name Edom is used by the Talmudists for the Roman Empire. And they applied to Rome every passage of the Bible referring to Edom or Esau. So even the Jewish people know that they're Romans who converted to Judaism. When did they convert to Judaism? In about 125, 130 BC, during the time of Hyrcanus. They converted, and they was called Jews at that time, where Edomites, Idumeans, converted. How do we know this? Well, when you go into what? When you go into the Josephus, it breaks it down. It was the conversion. And guess who came from the conversion? Antipater. Antipater is the grandfather of so-called Herod the Great, who became judge over Israel during the time Christ was born, and he was seeking to kill the black child. So you got the Roman Caesars from the seat of the Vatican through the bloodline of who? Through the bloodline of Zepho. And you got the converts who converted in 130 BC. Idumeans from the bloodline of Amalek. And you had them two in power to kill the baby at birth, the black child. And when Jerusalem fell, young man, what happened? We was dispersed.
Right.
And the white Jews that were there that was converted from Amalek became the authority over the earth as the presto magic new Jews. Now, then you have the Turkish ones who are Romans, who came out of Khazariah later on down the line between the 8th and the 11th century AD, who converted. They were called the Serpent People. They was the Basilians of Turkey. They was connected directly to the Catholic Church. They were being pressed on either side. They were being pressed between the Muslims, which had an Abrahamic foundation, and the Christians who had an Abrahamic foundation. They were called the Serpent People, and they converted in Khazariah into Judaism. That was the last conversion. But their greatest conversion was around 130 BC. They have a person in place to kill the prophet who was prophesied to destroy them at the end. So go back and talk to those New Jacks and tell them it's over. They can argue that they don't know who Esau is all they want. Okay? We have the proof. We know who's Edom. All right?
Right. Okay.
Blessings.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Brother, you notice I didn't go about ad hominems and all these other stuff and argue. No, it's clear. But these guys don't know. And they're too proud to admit they don't know. Because their teacher taught them what they knew. So a lot of these people out there that's Yah and all this, they're upset that we're exposing who Esau is because their teacher didn't tell them. But that's not my problem.
Right. I can see. That's a better breakdown that I've received. So
yeah, but
you reference. That's what I look for, is to see if you can reference what you're talking about. Because some people, they don't really reference the book, and then I'll be like, question that, because I always look for a reference. It's one thing to read the book, was one other thing to study. So that's what my dad always says. So
yeah, brother. One thing they do is they try to use this letter from a king to prove that Esau, that the Khazars were Japhet, as a source to prove what they're saying. I'm like,
you say they was Japan, yeah, but Esau is not. But Esau is not Japan, though. But then, like you said, he snuck and went over there with the Canaanites and shit. And then they start idolizing him, and you think he one of them, but he went over there and
exactly he assimilates with whatever society he become a part of. He morph into it. So
yeah, that was the confusion, because what the guy was saying was like he kept mixing with these other people, but then like you said, if the man bring about the seed and birth about a new nation.
Let me tell you, Esau never came amongst any race of people alone. Because they're the smallest in number, they have to come in gangs of people, in multitudes. So they never assimilate themselves like one person amongst a nation. They always come in clusters. The same way in 1948, they sent all those boats of Eastern Europeans from Ukraine, Poland, and all that into the Middle East. That's how they come.
Right.
And thank you. So that's how Zeph, and then just like they went from Poland, but now they're in Israel, they're Israel. The same way Zepho,
they keep adapting.
Thank you. The same way they went into Kittim, and now they become Kittim. But I got them. We know exactly who they are, and they know we know. It cannot be debated, and I dare someone to try to debate it. And I'm talking about out of their people. I'm gonna tell you, when I bring them on, they get a phone call, and next thing you know, they scatter. They know I know.
Because
listen. Let me tell you, even that debate with James White. James White was like, I'm like, the only reason you have me on here, the only reason you debate me because we're claiming that we're the children of Israel. Don't you know he was sending through his people that he cannot debate concerning black people claiming to be Israelites publicly? Hold up, dude. The only reason you're up on us is because you don't like the fact that we're claiming to be Israelites, and that's the one conversation you can't have.
Exactly. But then the Jews
because they know, brother. I mean, I got books all over the place. I ain't even gonna argue back and forth with them. I'm gonna bring the sources and point out that they know they're lying to the people. They're intentionally lying to the people.
Yeah, because they only claim like to be Jews, and it's like 12. It was 12 tribes. They don't claim none of the other tribes. It's like y'all don't claim Nephatilia, the Levites. Where they at? Y'all just say y'all Jews and
yeah.
Like where the rest of them at? Like
yeah, exactly, brother. But I'm trying to get some straightening out here because you got a lot of Israelites who are feeling a certain type of way because they teach a lie to them. And don't get mad at me. I'm bringing you history. Thank the Most High that I've conveyed the history for you. And go apologize to your congregation and teach them the truth. That's all.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother. Bless you.
I appreciate it. Bless you, too.
All right. Bless you.
Thanks.
All right. We have someone here through Zoom. How you doing, Heyman? Heyman Yasha Allah. Unmute.
My elder.
How you doing, my brother?
How you doing, sir? My brother from the same mother. Double honors to you and the elders.
Bless
you. Always bring it, elder. You always bring it. You're patient. You're very detailed, and nobody can miss it, man. Nobody can miss the information.
All praises be to the Most High. That's why I tell you, Revelations 2:9 and 3:9. They wanted to kill Christ, but Christ left them with something. Christ says, I know thy tribulation and poverty. He know we would go through hell here, but thou art rich. They can't take what's in us. And he says, I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. And he's going to make those of the synagogue of Satan who say they are Jews and are not, Revelations 3:9, to bow before the God's children feet. And at that point, we'll know that God always loved us. He never forgot us. They've been working behind the scenes using buffer classes to come up against us, financing people through black and brown and all these others to undermine us in the community. They came to a friend of mine by the name of Lewis Nash, a friend of mine who grew in the community, who knew when the community was tight back then. They came to him as a pastor and said that, listen, if you can pass transgender affirming care in your community, in your schools, if you agree to allow this to happen, we'll give you the office in city council. They told him this. And I said, well, who said this? And he says, you know who it was. And he mentioned that they were from the synagogues. And he says, I can't do that. I'm a pastor. And they told him, well, either you do that, or we're going to get a gay guy from Texas and fly him here, and he'll have the position here in Philadelphia. And you know that gay guy is in the position now? City council?
Yes, sir.
He came on this program 2 years ago and told me, guess what? Our people are done. I'm a pastor who wanted to get in with the food banks and all this to make sure our people are fed. And they told me the only way they'll put me in is if I sign in gender affirming care for the elementary schools and the high schools. I mean, in the middle schools. They've always worked behind us in closed doors, but I digress. Talk to me.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, I don't see any teachers articulating prophecy like the elders of GOCC. I don't see it. You don't see it nowhere. The way you guys are aligning prophecy, you don't see that nowhere. And that's how we know that the Most High has to be with this church, because you've been teaching this for a very long time. And the way it's unfolding, it had to be the Most High. It had to be. Right? But real quick, also, Elder, one last thing. Is very profound when you mention about the daughters of Zion giving birthland back, paying on their back. That's something I've been thinking about for a long time. I want to hear your thoughts on this. Because when we read the Bible, we only see that office midwife given to women. Yeah. Why is it that people switch that into male gynecologists? Could it be something they switched on us as well?
Well, I don't. Usually it's women, the majority, but sometimes you have people that apply, and you can't discriminate if someone has, Esau have twisted everything up. But all in all, when you look at it, really the gynecologists and all of this are all into the corporate healthcare of eugenics. They're just in place to make sure the stuff they want the children to take is administered. And it's attached to how much they get paid. They have to have a certain number of people vaccinated or whatever the case is that would make up the majority, or at least the majority of what they would make annually financially in that position. The same thing with the hospitals. The same thing with schools. The funding and all that is also connected to whether or not the children have the shots or whatever the case is. So if they don't have the shots, then they're not going to get the funding that goes with that. So it's all together. And we've had school teachers say, well, listen, you have to do that because this is how our schools are funded. So at the end of the day, it all falls down to the same thing. Egypt's plans to get all up next to us and to destroy God's people from the inside out. And this is why the Most High have us saying, you know what? Let's start asking people where they're from, who you are, and what is your intentions for God's people. And also, we're going to have to come a time where we can only support the businesses of those who have connection to the struggle. If we really want to change this, right? We want to change this. Guess what? Those buffers they're sending in, if we don't support their stores, it don't matter how many loans they get to come in and destroy us from the inside. They'll dry up and shrivel away if we don't support them. So it comes down to us knowing people from the grassroots who can do certain things and putting our money on our people. If they from somewhere else, I don't care, you're black and brown. Go back to where you come from because you're not going to financially grandize yourself off of our people. So that we can see, get you out of the way so we can see the real enemy who's been working behind you. And the only way we're going to get them out of the way is stop giving them our money. That's it.
All praise.
Thank you, my brother.
Bless you, Elder.
Bless you.
Shalom.
Shalom. Well, I want to take more calls, but I can't because we're well beyond the time. I haven't eaten anything. I got to eat a little something. And it's been a blessed night. And I don't want this to digress into other conversations. It's been a powerful broadcast, and I'm sure it's going to help so many people. Some people for the first time, it went past their feed. And you know why they was able to see it for the first time? Because a lot of you are hitting the like button now, and people who don't even know we exist chimed in tonight. And they chimed in with key information that we need with what's about to go down in the earth. It's the Most High gathering the elect to the elect. Thank you, other lawyer. Thank you for assisting me tonight. You've been great. And get some rest, young man, okay?
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me, and you do the same.
Bless you.
All right, shalom.
Shalom. Blessed brothers and sisters, we're the Gathering of Christ Church. We're the elders of Gathering of Christ Church. And yes, we're the children of Israel. Yes, and we are back. We are back. And we're here to give the earth heaven. All nations can be taught and get an opportunity for Christ's kingdom, including Edomites. Okay? We don't hate anyone. Just repent and do what's right so that we can what? So that we can bring heaven to earth. Shalom. May the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up. Sin not. We will soon see Zion. And yes, We are the children of Israel. And we're back.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. So we be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulun from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, the highest gathering in Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us at gunpoint. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled and fed. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. Together Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, the highest gathering Israel. The Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians,